What is going on, everybody? Welcome back to another episode of the Boys in the Big Apple podcast. Luca and Sean with me, as usual. Luca the Pancake Hater, if anyone remembers last week. That was really stupid. But no NBA this week. Not much of NBA to talk about. MLB,
Lots to talk about.
Yeah.
There's one story I really can't wait to get to.
If it's the Javier Baez one, that's
please let that be first.
I will. You know what? we regularly don't let the Mets stuff take over, but
this is a good one.
Even when I learned it, when I learned of the story and stuff like that, I'm like, this is going to be very exciting for what we do on the podcast. But obviously, NFL preseason is finally over. Not finally, because we all love the preseason. We all love seeing the depth guys and the starters play for the little they do. So, lots to talk about tonight. In the NFL subject. Other than that, which QBs won their battle? The NFL top 100. A couple of trades went on in the last few days, considering the going with the Giants and the Jets. I don't think the Steelers have done anything, but most of the roster cuts.
They made some big cuts. That's about it. They haven't made trades. Well, there's rumors about. I think his name Callahan or something from Denver.
Bryce Callahan.
Yeah, there's talks that he might have been. The Steelers might have reached out, but we'll get more into that in a little bit.
Yeah, definitely something I want because he Broncos. That's when Giants play in week 1, obviously. So, Sean, obviously, I haven't talked to you. I haven't seen you since you started school. You could include some of that and then some of the other stuff as well. And then Luca, obviously, will go, Mr. Pancake Hater.
Oh, well, I'll start. Before I get into anything sports related, I do want to say I did start college at CSI. Tomorrow's my first in-person class. I did go to campus for the first 2 days. Yeah, 2 days because I didn't have class on Wednesday. It's a beautiful campus. I love it already. Excellent food. They got their own restaurants there. I mean, at least I consider it excellent because it may not hit like
A standards. Yeah,
it might not hit A standards, but it's still the best school food I think I've ever had. And I think you guys would agree if I took you there, but since you're not since you're not at CSI, I wouldn't be able to bring you. I don't think they're letting any visitors in, actually.
I wouldn't be too surprised with that.
No, they're very strict with that right now. Yeah, like I said, it's a beautiful campus. And I do have a bit of an announcement. It's nothing yet. I hope it's something with the school. They have a radio station called WSIA 88.9 FM. It is a local rock station here. The only radio station in Staten Island, fully student run on campus, and I have put in an application. So I am still waiting to hear from that. I'm hopeful. I think it'll be very good. In my progress of trying to do what I want to do in the future. So who knows? For all I know, I could be on live radio soon. I hope so. So that's a wait and see. As far as sports go, really disappointing weekend, I would say, at least for me. Obviously, we saw what happened with the Steelers. That's one thing. I'm not, that's preseason. It was JV versus varsity. That's whatever. We'll get more into that later. The Yankees, they split the series. I think that I consider that a failed trip to Oakland. I thought that was must win. They did not, they started out hot. They didn't finish hot. So we'll get more into that in a little bit. Sorry, my nose is itchy. As far, the NASCAR was it was an amazing race Saturday night, but Hendrick did not have a very successful night. Larson did. He's regular season champion, but Chase Elliott and William Byron did not have good races. So it was a disappointing sports weekend, but as Alex said, there's a lot to talk about today. and a lot going on right now that I'm excited for. And Irish football is back this Sunday.
Yep.
Can't wait. We go down to Florida State, and of course the Seminoles fans are already talking trash. So I am ready for Sunday night because now I'm getting amped up for this one. So
now,
Luca, take it away.
Real quickly, I do want to shout some people out in the chat. Evan Spitsberg,
How you
Football
doing,
Talk
Evan?
with Benny, and then MH as well, who comes
How you
from
doing, everyone?
B-Ball's channel. Also, just one quick question before I go to the pancake hating bastard.
I'm still here.
No, I understand. Should we broadcast the Notre Dame game, the first one,
On Sunday?
if everything is clear?
I do have one thing. The only thing that's conflicting me about that game is I believe Sunday night is also the first playoff race for NASCAR. So I'm having a little bit of a problem with that. So I will get back to you on that.
We'll talk about it.
If that don't work, maybe the home opener. We'll see. Because I know you guys are going to have to come over here to watch it.
And even, I mean, I wouldn't want to, invade your space with all mic gear, but I know I have purchased some things within the last week. I've purchased some things within the last week that would help us with no echo and shit like that. So, MH says, you guys calling the Yankee game? We will be keeping track on it, but we are not calling it.
Starts at 9:30. I mean, if these guys want to, I don't. That's up to them. I can't stay on too late because I do have to be on campus at about 10 o'clock tomorrow. So I'm probably gonna be out of here really early.
Okay.
So I can stay as late as 12. Important game to keep an eye on, by the way. It's on ESPN if you guys want to watch it until the Yankee game starts. Red Sox and Rays. That's a big series for the Yankees.
Yeah, definitely.
Low key, I hate to admit it, but we need Boston. We need Boston's help right now. Unless Boston catches up to us, but
yeah,
we need some help from Boston right now. So if you want to keep track of that, the Rays are up 2-1, top of the fourth. That's on ESPN. So
the thing is, there's a problem in that. The Red Sox are 2 games behind the Yankees. And what if the Yankees fall this series and the Red Sox
the Yankees need to take care of themselves. If the Yankees win this series and Boston wins the series, you don't want to say it's a win, but it would help. It would help with the division chase. The Yankees have to do their job first. If they can't do their job, this series don't matter.
Yeah. I think New York teams know within the last year not to depend on anybody else, right?
Especially a certain city 2 hours south of the Garden State, down the Garden State Parkway.
Yeah. That's definitely something. Luca, I think he's still here. I do want to give him his first thoughts, but MH says rooting for Boston. Wow. It's
I'm not doing it willingly.
No.
Unless Boston goes ahead, then we got to root for Tampa Bay.
Yeah. And then Evan Spitzer says, guys, we have to root for the wild card. I would rather have the Rays win because we might not get the division. Yankees have to win these games. Ohtani is not pitching. Luca, first thoughts. I know you have a lot to talk about. I'll give props to Luca. I'll give props to Luca. He's definitely done a lot of the research over the weekend in terms of the NFL topics. So, Luca?
My weekend's been pretty solid, the James Morgan Hail Mary, should I put it?
That was amazing. I caught literally the only play of that game I saw was the last 2 plays, and I caught the best part. My uncle was watching it. I came down. That was hilarious. That collapse.
I wasn't screaming like, "Oh my god," because if I would have done that in regular season, but in the preseason, I was just screaming of laughter. Like, how could this happen?
Literally, my uncle when they announced when Iron Eagles said caught for the touchdown, he started laughing like wow, because he knew Philly beat them. He watched the majority of the game. I didn't. I was watching the Steeler game, but he knew Philly beat themselves, and that's the first preseason tie I think I've seen ever. Actually, I've never seen a preseason tie.
First time I remember.
Giants almost did that.
First time I can remember the Jets tying in preseason, but we're gonna have a lot to talk about in terms of that. I wish the Yankees would have won the series against the A's. I mean, it was a winnable series. You have to gain the ground. I mean, you're far ahead of the A's, but you just still have to gain that ground.
Yeah, definitely. We could talk about the Yankees. Obviously, there's another thing that we all want to get to.
Oh, yeah.
Real quickly, though, I do want to acknowledge more of the comments in the chat. Shout out to Loco Joe, who was with us for most of last week. MH says Alex and Alex Jr. MH also says Yanks gonna get a tough opponent in the wild card regardless. Oakland or Boston still favor the Yanks. Loco Joe says Captain Morgan. LOL, that was wild. Evan says the Eagles suck. It's funny how all their fans think they are actually good.
I have a update. Sorry to interrupt. The Yankees have acquired Jason Parker from the Cincinnati Reds as the player to be named later in the trade which the Yankees sent Sessa and Wilson to the Reds.
I don't know who Jason
Parker. I got to do more research on him.
It's a player to be named later, so it's not going to be a prospect.
Yeah, no, it's not going to be anything significant.
Yeah. So we're going to talk about the Yankees after, but there's one thing that all of us are itching our skin to get to, and that has to do with the Mets. Now, you know, we never really think, unless something significant happens, that we're going to start off a podcast episode with talking about the Mets.
Yeah, we usually don't. This is usually Yankees, football, and Knicks.
Yeah. So
I mean, I'll be honest. I said to Alex, we should include more Mets on this show. Not because
we should. I think we all can take some blame in saying that we don't watch enough Mets baseball. I won't lie. Like years ago, I would follow both New York teams like really closely, and then I just started distancing myself more and more. And it's something I think we can all agree we should start to do more, considering they play 8 miles apart. So
yeah, okay. So
I do agree with that.
Evan Spitzberg says what we were about to talk about, actually. Lindor and Baez will ruin the Mets culture. That's just my opinion. And then MH says, oh, baby, the Mets, oh, yes. And then he puts he puts the Mets colors kind of thing. I think that he's trying to get at.
Yeah.
Luca was talking for about the least amount of time. Luca, outline the situation. Sean, then you're going to give your thoughts. Luca, your thoughts, and then I'll go to the end because, I mean, this is
something else.
I mean, fuck.
I mean,
Alex, there's a tweet I want you to pull up. If you could find it. Pinstripe Strong or Josie McFly's Twitter. It don't matter. But it shows something along the lines of comparing it to an A-Rod, Mo.
Yeah.
You remember I put it on my stories on Instagram. So if you could find that tweet, if you don't mind sharing that.
Yeah, I'll try to find something.
Alex, I'm going to ask you something. Can I do the analysis of what happened and then give my thoughts? Or
Sure. Go ahead.
Right.
Yeah.
So over the weekend, the Mets lost the series to the Nationals. They won yesterday just to avoid the sweep. Nationals are a fourth-place team. They're far out of the division. They're just not even a playoff team. So the Mets won yesterday, obviously. And Javier Baez is holding his kid in the press conference, says, you know, I don't like fans who boo this and that. The fans need to do better. The fans need to do better. Here's what I have to say about it. I get it. Players do not like to be booed. I understand that. As a player myself, if I were to be in that situation, I wouldn't like to be booed either. But first of all, your team has fallen off Mount Everest. It is probably one of the worst collapses in team history. Remember, about a month ago, they were first in the division. We were talking about how the Mets were better than the Yankees. We were talking all that. And now the Mets sit at 63 and 67, 7.5 games back from the division. They're in third place right now, and 7 games behind the wild card, second wild card spot to be exact. I'm not MH. I didn't say the worst collapse, but that's a pretty.
It's one of.
Says that was 2008.
2007 MH. It was 2007. But honestly. First of all,
at this point, it's, you know.
To go into my thoughts, Michael Kay, who I often disagree with nowadays, made a good point. He says, you know what? If I were the Mets, I would release his ass tomorrow or today just to set the precedent of we care about the fans more than what the players think of the fans. We want to contribute to the fans because the fans are paying the money.
They're paying them
the players'
contracts.
salaries. They're paying the salaries. They're doing all this and that. But what Javi Baez said was completely immature and it's child's play.
Mm-hmm.
You never go after the people who are rooting for you. And you know what? It's funny because I'm going to go not off topic a little bit, but people on Facebook and Twitter like, oh, fans who boo their team are not real fans. You want to tell that to Giancarlo Stanton? Remember how many times he was getting booed? He still kind of gets booed, but he's hitting pretty well right now. And Michael Kay said it. Michael Kay said, I mocked Mets fans for booing Lindor first couple of games. This has to do with Lindor too. It's not just Javi Baez.
Him and Kevin Pillar as well.
They were both doing it.
All three, really.
Yeah.
No, Kay says I mocked Met fans for the first 10 games of the season because they were booing Lindor and whatnot for playing poorly. Now I would boo them. Now I would tell them to boo, which is right because Javi Baez is hitting 210 since he's become a Met. 210.
Yeah.
Lindor's struggling, and he struggled in his first year. Remember, the Mets.
The offense has just been struggling all year. The pitching can only carry them for so long, and it's showing.
The Mets gave him a fat-ass extension before he even played a game for them. How long was that, like 10 years?
I can do the research, but it had to be on the 10-year length plus.
Lindor, you suck. Javi Baez, you suck. Kevin Pillar, you're a stupid role player.
Well, what's funny, too, is remember when all the Yankee fans wanted Lindor?
Yeah. I have a very big point to stress, but I'm going to let Sean go first.
The way I look at it, look, Javier Baez, I'm going to look at him first because he came from what they call the friendly confines, Wrigley Field, Chicago, where they were known as the lovable losers for 108 years. Chicago fans are very diehard. I know, that's that. They're some of the nicest fans you'll meet. Maybe not the nicest, but some of the nicest. Guess what, Javi Baez? This ain't Chicago. This is New York. We are a city that is World Series or bust. I'm sorry. It is. It's a gritty city. So if you can't, this is just showing to me you cannot handle New York. You can't handle criticism. That's the difference between New York and Chicago. Chicago has always had low expectations. And I'm not trying to diss Chicago because I like the Cubs. I can't say the same for the White Sox, but I've always liked the Cubs. So this is New York. And now the Mets have that same thing as the Yankees. Same motto. World Series or bust. And you're not delivering. You've earned the booing. Alex, did you find that tweet? Because
I did.
Can you post that, please?
Sure.
Sean, I just want to say, I don't know if I agree with you that the Mets are World Series or bust.
Well, I'm just saying the city in general.
Right. Their expectations have gone down, but we're talking about New York City as a big market, right? And
right.
Alex,
I'll let you read this one. Go ahead, Alex. I'll let you read it.
Okay, so Josie McFly says here, Jeter and Mo were booed here. A-Rod was booed here during an MVP season. Jeter told President George Bush II, in 2001, don't bounce it, they'll boo you. Referring to the first pitch in, I think it was Game 3 of the 2001 World Series. Sinatra says, if you can make it here, you make it there, you can make it anywhere. And Lindor and Baez somehow surprised they're getting booed here for being ass. Okay.
Again, New Yorkers have high expectations. Now, Luca, I do agree with you. I don't think the Mets' expectations are quite as high. I think they went up when they got Cohen. That's why I say what I say. But like I said, Luca said it best too. You pay the money, you have every right to boo, or cheer. Just don't be disruptive. Don't be causing problems.
I'm sorry, I have to interrupt you, Sean. I want to say something. What am I supposed to do when when my set was Javi Baez plays second base on the Mets, right? So
Yeah.
what am I supposed to do when my second baseman and shortstop are going to get When is it? Hold on. I'm sorry. What am I supposed to do when my shortstop is hitting whatever? He's struggling, and he got a big $10 million extension.
Yeah.
Woo-hoo! Yeah.
Yeah. Let's keep cheering for him like
let's
in
keep cheering.
Chicago.
Javi Baez hitting 210 in the month of August.
Yeah.
Woo! Yeah.
Again,
yeah.
and this is
Mets,
why.
Hold on, I'm sorry, Sean. Mets 8-19 in the month of August, settling down all the way to third place.
Lost 11 of their last 13.
7 games back in the wild card. Woohoo! Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, mediocrity. Yeah.
One thing that they forget is this isn't small town America. This is the biggest city in the. I want to say, correct me if I'm wrong, biggest city in the world, or one of them anyway. I'm pretty sure it's the biggest.
There was somebody on Twitter who said, "Oh, you know why people don't come to the Mets? It's because the fans boo them."
What? And then what's the excuse for the Yankees? Oh wait, there is none because they pack out almost every night, or at least now they are anyway. Again, and I mentioned this. I think it was either last week or the week before. Small market fans, they're gonna always cheer for their team. They don't believe in booing because they don't have much. And I get that, and I'm not going to hate that. But this is New York. This is not Chicago. I know I've said it 1,000 times already, but it's true. It's just showing to me you can't handle the pressure of the Big Apple. That's what this is telling me. And to rebel against your fans, the ones that wanted you, and the ones that expect a lot out of you, you're disappointing them. You're disappointing the little kid who's cheering for you, and you're not delivering.
Right.
How are you going to be a good,
I just want you guys to know that Javi Baez trade was forced by Steve Cohen, I believe. So,
oh, I believe that. Cohen's trying to do everything he can to get a title.
I mean, I agree with that standpoint, but you're not going to build an empire.
And I said it when Cohen first bought the Mets. You can't, if you're a Mets fan, you got to be patient. And even Cohen's got to be patient. One step at a time. You can't think World Series right away. And I think that's what Mets fans wanted. That's what they believed. They thought that they were going to take over New York and run the show like they thought they were in 2015. Not happening right now. Both teams completely flipped the switch here. Both went full 180s. Yankees went back to being the Yankees for now. The Mets went back to being the Mets, as usual. So the Mets fans have every right to be upset. So I'm not going to blame Mets fans. Now, Alex, if you want to do some more Twitter research, do you want to pull up the tweet that the Mets have in rebuttal?
I will do that.
Well, yeah, let Alex do his thoughts, and then we'll talk about what the Mets.
I will do that, but I will also say, and I'm finding this on Twitter via one of my friends who does a podcast, Marcus Stroman, and went out and attacked Michael Kay on Twitter.
Marcus Stroman's one of the biggest clowns in this city, I swear.
He attacked more than Michael Kay. He likes to attack everybody because nobody,
especially the Yankees.
He's such a prick.
He hates on the Yankees when he has no affiliation with them. I'm glad we didn't get him because I knew from the start he wasn't going to be able to handle New York. I knew it. I'm not surprised.
You said that Mets tweet?
Yeah, the
statement by Sandy Alderson.
Yeah.
It should pull up on the
what Sandy Alderson said.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alex, I don't know if you want to get your opinion on the Baez and Lindor part of it before we get to.
Okay. I don't know. Okay. For some reason. Oh, here we are. I got the statement. And do you want me to do it before or after what I want to say?
I would say what you want to say and then
okay.
Show a tweet.
Actually, it's barely
my opinion.
I'm going to do the speech first, that what Sandy Alderson said, and then I want to go after because this is going to touch more than Baez and Francisco Lindor. So I'll read the statement. This is from Sandy Alderson, the general manager of the New York Mets.
Yeah, general manager, president of operations.
So this is what Sandy Alderson said in a post-game press conference today. Obviously, I think that's a description. I know Javier Baez stated that his thumbs down gesture during the game was meant to fans who recently booed him and other players for poor performance. These comments and any gestures by him or other players with similar intent are totally unacceptable and will not be tolerated. Mets fans are understandably frustrated over the team's recent performance. The players and the organization are equally frustrated, but fans at Citi Field have every right to express their own disappointment. Booing is every fan's right. The Mets will not tolerate any player gesture that is unprofessional in its meaning or is directed in a negative way toward our fans. I will be meeting with our players and staff to convey this message directly. Mets fans are loyal, passionate, knowledgeable, and more than willing to express themselves. We love them for every one of those qualities.
I will say this, Alex, before you make your point. I think this is the first time Mets fans can agree with Sandy Alderson. That's really saying something.
Real quickly, I do want to get to some comments because there was a long list. Evan says, okay, I went on that one. Local Joe says, I feel for Mets fans, they need a complete culture change. And while cheap owners are gone, I don't think their new owner is going to implement a winning culture as vocal as he is. Evan says, Lindor and Baez have underperformed. I don't care how long Baez has been there for, but he looks awful. Jason says his, meaning Lindor's 10-year extension starts next year. MH says, our offense has been piss poor. Now you score finally near the end of the year when it's probably too late. Celebrate how you want, but it's wrong. The fans paid their hard-earned money to see your talents. Win and change the fans' thoughts. As simple as that. Not, I think he was referring to the Chicago thing, not Chicago at all. We love the highs and we will boo at the lows. MH also says, not at all. Mets will never run in a city with the Yanks. It's about gaining consistent winning seasons. Sandy laying the law. I love it. Here's what I want to say. And obviously, I want to get this right. Kevin Pillar was definitely a part of it.
Yeah, he was.
Mm-hmm.
Now, he wasn't vocal like Baez was.
No, he did it, but he didn't go to like the press conference.
Of course,
and say anything.
So here's what I got to say, and I'll definitely put the same amount of rant in Lindor and Baez. How fucking dare you do that, dude? You remember when Kevin Pillar got hit in the head or whatever happened to him, and the fans all backed him up for that? Does anybody remember that? And then he put out on Twitter, thank you guys for the support. That's what you fucking do to people? Come on, bro. Seriously. And I'm not a Mets fan. This ain't fake aggravation. But I started thinking to myself, I think it was yesterday or earlier today when I was thinking about it, I'm like, that is so fucked up. These fans, and this is a point I have every time, especially when it comes to people ripping fans on radio shows and shit like that. How dare you go out there and do this stupid-ass gesture? Meanwhile, these are the same people, A, who pay your salary, B, they backed you up when you got seriously injured. And when everybody on Twitter, you were literally trending for the right reasons in terms of, well, Kevin Pillar, he's doing okay, this, that, and the other thing. Yes, the same people who showed you love earlier. How do you, if you're a Mets fan, you're like, who is this piece of shit? You know? Because Lindor, okay, those are two different situations, Lindor Baez and also, Kevin Pillar. But for somebody who got hurt, for somebody that everybody shouted out on social media, hey, listen, hope Kevin Pillar is okay, this, that, and the other thing, sending prayers to Kevin Pillar. I don't care what team you played for. Look at your situation. And, it's kind of different because Kevin Pillar isn't a fucking star. We know that. But the message should not be sent at all between these three players. In terms of Baez and Lindor, you should be absolutely ashamed of yourself, noting for the fact that the Mets literally paid you top fucking dollar. I think it was 10 years contract. Paid you top dollar before the season even started. Top dollar. Absolute top dollar before the season even started. They didn't see you in a game yet, I don't think.
No, and I think we all agreed when he got his extension that it was
way too early.
It was way too early. They should have waited a year to see how he would play, and look at how it's backfiring now.
You know what? You know what I want to compare this to? Honestly, I hate to inject some things in here. Remember when OBJ trashed Eli a couple of weeks after his extension?
Yeah. There you go.
Look what happened. It's half of his contract, probably. But Lindor, Mr. Smiles in Cleveland. Mr. Smiles in
Again,
Cleveland, New
you
York.
can make the same argument. Cleveland and Chicago, as Chicago. This is not Cleveland. This is New York. You've been to Cleveland. I don't think it's anywhere near the same as New York.
Oh, of course, it's a nice city. I've been there, as I've mentioned how many times before. But it's not New York. You know,
It ain't New York. They ain't as tough on their players because they have low expectations because now the Indians have the longest World Series drought. Their football team is only just starting to get good. The basketball team, when LeBron's not there, has been absolute dumpster fire. So Cleveland is another city. It's a small city that doesn't put the pressure of World Series or bust on their team.
Yeah.
I mean, well, football is a different story right now, but I'm not even going to really consider the Browns because I know their fans are a little delusional right now. But
Tons of Steelers fans.
no, again, it's not Cleveland. It's New York. This you made the Frank Sinatra quote. You can make it here, you can make it anywhere. Well, guess what? Javier Baez, Francisco Lindor, they ain't making it here right now. They don't see. They could walk right up 42nd Street, and I wouldn't be surprised if they got jumped for the way they're playing or laughed at by a Yankee fan.
Or harassed or whatever. Obviously, we don't wish that on anybody. But
No, I'm just saying, they're not very well liked here right now. And if you're not liked in your own
message,
if you're not liked in your own city, you're not going to be able to do basic things like going to restaurants and stuff like that because you're going to have people yelling at you, taunting you, laughing at you. How are you going to make a living in the Big Apple if you can't even show respect to the people that pay your salary?
Right.
I'm sorry. It's the cold, hard truth.
I'm going to say this is going as far as that. Joe Beningo once said this about the Jets, and I think now the Jets are obviously not a better team, but I think they're a little more competent, just like the Knicks are. They were once a bad, not incompetent team. Now they're competent. Joe Beningo once said this about the Jets. This was 2019. You can change the coach, change the uniforms, change the players, change the general manager, change the owner. The Jets and the Mets in this situation are still who they are from how many years ago. There's always drama that always has to, put itself in the Mets situation.
My uncle
and everybody was like hyping up the Steve Cohen thing, and somebody who I don't like was like, who's a Yankee fan. I actually agree with him, and he says, you guys haven't done anything yet. Why are you getting so hype? I understand the hype of getting a new owner and a billionaire who spends a lot of money or has a lot of money. But why are you getting hype? You're still a mediocre team. The Mets will do Mets things.
Well, my uncle said it best when I saw him in November. But this is my Uncle Tommy. Shout outs to you if you're watching. Luca, you said it best. New jerseys, new players, new owners, new GMs. You're still known as the Mets. There's always that little thing hanging above you of this is still the Mets. You need to actually perform if you want to put aside the stereotypes. We'll call it stereotypes because that's pretty much what it is. You need to prove people wrong and prove this is not the same Mets team we have been for the last however many years, and they have not done that. And again, fans have every right to be upset because they have higher expectations than ever before, and you're not delivering. That's how I look at it. That's truly how I look at it.
And also to add in some notes, what was I going to say? And Michael K mentioned this. Luis Rojas was completely blind to the situation. Media asked him, what did you even ask the players what they were doing? He's like, no, I had no idea what they were doing. He's completely clueless, and I think management's clueless as well. How do you let this happen? I understand today with the players, it's kind of a cryptic culture, as I call it, because you call the players out on their bullshit, they're going to cry, and then the manager's going to get fired. Like Pete Simon brought up 2 weeks ago, if the Billy Martin, Reggie Jackson thing happened today, Billy Martin would be fired. I mean, What are the Mets realistically going to do? What balls do they have? Are they going to bench Baez and suspend Lindor for a couple games? No, they're not. I know that would be because that would,
it wouldn't be fair.
controversy.
You're taking away their freedom of speech. That's how the players would look at it.
Go ahead, Alex.
I do want to get to some comments, and then I have something to say about Baez because I've spent the least time ranting on him. Nate Talks Sports says, Alex, people on Twitter think the Yanks suck because we are losing 13 out of our 15 games, and those two, or I think that might be winning actually. And those two losses are a good versus a good Oakland team. And he says, I'm not hating on the extension, but it would have gotten hate regardless of what they did with Lindor. And then also, MH also said the Wilpons suck. Wilpons, as we know, somebody said Wilpons suck. That's why Mets fans had a good feeling, like myself, about. But our reputation has always been little brother. Managers soft for a reason. The players are soft. Just today's game. Now I can try to advance on Javi Baez. Bro, you're here 2 weeks, maybe 3 weeks, maybe more than that. Actually, maybe about a month.
About a month.
You could listen. He said what he said, and obviously it wasn't right, and I'm going to rant on him. That's the leader you want to be to your fucking child that's sitting right on your lap as you're saying it? I mean, if you're going to say something, at least, clear the path. Kevin Pillar, he ain't clean in that aspect because, well, the fans gave him all the support in the world when he got hit in the head. And look how that has backfired on the fans. Lindor, well, he got a $10-year, $345 million extension or something like that. And then he's doing that. Shows a lot of respect to Steve Cohen, this organization, and the fans. And then Javi Baez, who Steve Cohen traded for. You've been here 3 weeks. Actually, excuse me, a month.
Just a month.
I keep saying that for some reason. You've been here a month. And you got your child sitting on your lap. That's the leader you want to be to your child?
And not even just your child, but all the little kids who spend tons of money on your jerseys or asking their parents to spend money on these jerseys. They look at you, they want a role model. They want a guy that they can look up to, like the way they did in Chicago. You come to New York, you're a superstar. You help the team go to the World Series. They want the same out of you, and they want someone they can look up to. Not only are you disrespecting the adult fans who are booing, you're disrespecting those little kids who, again, are spending lots of money, or the parents are spending lots of money for their jersey. That's how I look at it. It's not. I love your point, Alex. It's not just his kid. It's all the little kids that root for him, especially the Mets, fans that are, little kids. I feel sorry for him. I really do.
Once again, if you said something in terms of that, okay, we don't agree with you. We don't like it. But none of them have their bases clean. Pillar was supported majorly by the fans. He was trending on social media for a while. Francisco Lindor gets a 10-year extension. And Javi Baez, his kid's sitting right on his lap, and he's got to say some stuff like that. That's not a message you want to be sending to your fans. And, like Sean brought up with the New York media and stuff like that, Citi Field ain't cheap.
No.
I mean, we were looking at stuff, and this was just for one day. We were looking at stuff for the 9/11 game. It wasn't cheap. It was $300 to sit in the nosebleeds.
Yeah, that's just for one Subway Series game.
And honestly, what I expect now is every time Lindor, Baez, Pillar go up to the plate, they better get booed.
Yeah.
If they don't, then obviously that's the fans thing. I'm not going to tell fans how to act that I'm not even rooting for the same team as you. But that's disgraceful. Unfortunately, the Mets probably are not in the position to release them right away. Definitely not Lindor. Pilar is probably like a 1-year contract or something like that. But once again, shame on all of them.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely.
And Alex
Luka.
is right. I'm sorry, just give one thing.
Yeah.
Alex is right. Citi Field, it's not Yankee Stadium expensive, but you know what? People are paying hard-earned money in one of the most expensive cities in the world. They're spending their hard-earned money, and as Alex said, we were looking at tickets for the Subway Series in a few. I think it's 2 weeks from Friday. 2 weeks or a week from Friday. I want to say it's 2 weeks.
No, it's a week.
Oh no, it is a week. It is a week. I'm thinking in terms of this.
We're
past
closer to
weekend.
football season, Sean.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, still don't feel real. Should be another week of preseason, but no, it's a shame because there's people that it's hard enough to it's hard making a living in this city, and some people are putting that extra money towards your team, and those are the people you are disrespecting, and that's embarrassing. I'm sorry, it's embarrassing. Again, this is a city built for the working man, and you're disrespecting them while they keep this city running. All they ask is for 3 hours of your time to actually look like a professional baseball player, and you're not that. Sorry. That's cold hard truth. And you know what? I hope every time now, I don't care how good Baez, Lindor, Pilar are doing, they all each deserve to get booed now. It don't matter how good they're doing. They deserve to be booed. If they were on the Yankees and they called me out for booing them, I am never cheering for them. I'm sorry. I'm just not. Why would I? You don't like the way I'm acting. Why should I like the way you're acting or you're playing?
One more thing before Luca gets to it, and I also have a comment to read. I know once Luca's talking, I'm just going to set up the camera so it's a little more stable. Obviously, I brought up the OBJ thing. Didn't do something good. Obviously, he was talking about Eli on that Josina Anderson interview and stuff like that, right? Obviously, I was much happier after the first reaction that he was traded. What was something that OBJ was good at? Besides talent, besides catching with one hand, what was he good at? He interacted with the kids. He was, he was a big star. He was not a guy that said, "Oh, screw you, I'm not going to sign your baseball. I'm not going to sign your football. I'm not going to sign this. I'm not." Before the games, even if it was preseason, he'd be dancing with the kids, doing his dances. That's the part of OBJ that kids looked up to. And then you have kids now, obviously. It's a little tougher, in my personal opinion, to get into the game now because the attention span has gone way down and they're changing the freaking game.
Not to mention COVID restrictions, too. When we look at Jets camp, we couldn't get, autographs.
Yeah. I mean, my point is just in,
No, I understand. I understand.
My basic point is, I may not have liked everything the dude did, but he cared about the fans. He cared about the fans. And probably one of the things that killed him was that, he was moving from one big city to a small city. And obviously, we've gone over the OBJ trade probably millions and zillions of times. Maybe not on this podcast, maybe on my other podcast. But the point is that I don't like what he did. I don't like what the 3 Mets players did. But at least OBJ knew what to do with kids and the people that looked up to him.
Yeah.
And once again, before I let Luca go, because I know he's been really silent, OBJ, actually, no. In terms of the kids, it's very hard. Once again, I'm repeating myself. It's very hard to get in today's game because put aside everything with COVID, the attention span, they're constantly changing the game, which is unfortunate.
Unfortunately, it's not for the better either.
It's, it used to be known as a dad and son game.
Mm-hmm. Father and son.
Yeah.
The father and son tradition.
Yeah. MH says free the pancake. I find that to be funny. But, I don't know, man. It makes me feel so unearthed about just not great.
It's depressing. It really is because again, kids look up to people like this, like these guys. Kids look up to their OBJs, their Javier Baez's, their Antonio Browns, your Big Bens, whatever. And if you're gonna call out, then it's sad. It really is. You're hurting your own fan base and you're hurting your own identity. Really, you're only hurting yourself. You're not hurting the fans because you know what? At this point, go ahead, Luca. It's just irritating.
I'm not going to tell people how to spend their money, but if you're a true diehard Mets fan and you're truly pissed off at this team, don't go to the stadium. Don't buy merchandise. Don't do any of that.
That's always the best way to protest.
If you want to watch your team, cool. Just don't go to the stadium. Don't buy merchandise. Don't buy food. Don't buy stadium food. Don't buy jerseys. Don't buy hats. Don't buy baseballs.
Nope.
I mean, that's the, as you said,
don't
Sean,
buy
that's the
tickets.
best way to protest. Don't buy tickets.
That's how you send a message.
That's how you send a message. And it's a referendum on management as well. And MH says the manager's soft for a reason because players are soft. I hate this soft, cryptic culture. Because let's just say the Mets cut Baez today. Lindor's going to get pissed. And then you might just then he's going to become a cancer in the locker room. And then you might just have to trade him. Then it will send a whole message around the league with this soft culture that the Mets can't be a destination to be had. And that's unfortunate. Because this was a quote in the movie, being right is not a bulletproof vest. And I would support the Mets if they cut Javi Baez today. I'll tell you right now, I would support it. I mean, what does he have? 1 year left on his contract? He's a free agent this year?
I think you're right.
Yeah, he's a free agent this year.
I'll look right now.
He's not. If he is a free agent, he's probably not even going to come back. But it's just I don't like the soft culture in regards to this. Rojas is a puppet, and he's absolutely clueless. He should be gone, even with the decisions he's made. As
1 year. This is last year.
All right, that's what I thought. And
11,650,000 on that deal.
And I think somebody brought up this point. I think it was John Heyman. The Mets ought to stop listening to their fans when it comes to acquisitions and stuff. I mean, I agree with that point, obviously, but that's not the point. It's just I don't like the soft culture in sports today. If you call out a player for their bullshit, they're going to cry and cry and cry and and all this bullshit. They're going to leave the team. They're going to do a la Jamal Adams and Antonio Brown, whoever. You can never call them on their shit. And I feel that's sad.
There's a way I look at it. One of my favorite comparisons is from when we were in Little League. Okay, let's dial it back about 7 or 8 years. We had two different kinds of coaches. I'll talk about my main head coach, your main head coach. I think you know who I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Your Reds coach.
Yeah.
You got to find balance when you're going to be hard on players. Find the right time to be hard. Like if you're just going to be like that coach I'm alluding to that you guys had where he's just too busy screaming at you to get every little thing out of you, that ain't going to create a winning culture either. We'll compare it to my coach that I had all my years in Little League. Great guy, by the way, even though he's a Red Sox fan. He's a great guy. He found balance. Not too hard, not too soft. Just right. He knew when to get mad. He knew when to be your friend. Basically, that's how I look at it. Is if you're going to be a manager, you got to have a little bit of both. Sure, there's nothing wrong with getting along with your players and being nice and this and that and becoming friends and everything. I don't have a problem with that. But there's got to be a time where you got to put the friendship aside and say, all right, look, this is ridiculous. You can't be doing this. You keep doing this. I'm going to have to sit you. Let's say, I'll use Alex for an example. Let's say, me and him, we get along really well. We watch the Yankees and everything, but then one day out on the field, he just doesn't look like he wants to be there. I got to put that friendship aside and tell him, hey, you better learn to play or I'm going to put Luka in because he's a much better option. And tell me, is there any disagreement? What do you think?
No, you're pretty much on point.
That's how I look at it.
Real quickly, yeah, I do. MH says, what the Mets locker room is lacking is leadership, especially veteran leadership. We got to sign another Grandy man, Curtis Granderson, type player to mature these younger players who are new to New York. He also said, Local Joe says, that is the only way to make some sort of statement these days. It's with your wallet. Jason says, not all pro athletes are cut out for the whole thing being a role model thing. Charles Barkley was way ahead of his time in that aspect. MH says we need more Tom Tibbs in the MLB, a tough teddy bear. MH says pancake in. Jason says, for anyone not getting that reference, back in the day, Barkley did a Nike commercial saying he wasn't a role model. And then Evan Spitzberg says, good point. So obviously, we have a couple of people that agree with us. And to make a point on that, obviously, if I'm going to compare, and I'm not mentioning names, of course, because I don't feel like getting that bullshit when I'm trying to make a career. I compare that coach that I had to Matt Patricia because both were douchebags. I'm sorry. I'm not going to blind it.
We're not going to use names, but the three of us know who we're talking about.
Yeah, he was a douchebag. We literally, that season, we played 10 games. We were 8-2, which was the best, if not the second best record.
I believe it was the best.
Okay. Second best. This is my first year in Little League. For example.
First or second? I want to say you were first. I want to say you were first.
This is probably first because, just as a fact, the team in last place won the championship, by the way. Which was
the two worst teams made it. I was in the semifinal game. The game went actually in the extras. We almost played a full 9 innings. We only made it 8, but we lost to the worst team in the league, and the two worst teams faced off for the championship.
I never understood.
Everybody fell apart except for them. They got it right. I think the team that won the championship was 0-8 at one point.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were 0-8.
They finished the season like 1-9.
Yeah, and they won the championship. It's amazing. That's why, it ain't over when it's over. But Alex is right. It doesn't matter how good you are. If you're either going to be too hard or too soft on your players, you're not going to get the best out of them. No, I'm sorry, you're just not.
And
you got to find balance.
And going back to that 8-2 season, we lost that second game against Sean's team. Just as a fact. All right. The point of that is not to rev Sean up, but he said to us after the game, "Fuck you, Sean." He didn't say that, by the way.
I mean, he could have. You never know. The same coach did send me down after one scrimmage game to rookie ball, which was probably one of the best things that ever happened because I met one of the coolest coaches of all I've ever had.
Real quickly, I know we're taking a huge trip down memory lane, and also I have to get to my point about being 8-2. But what did he specifically say to who your parents or whatever?
I don't remember. I was in school all day.
Didn't he say you weren't good enough or?
From what my father told me, I didn't actually get like the straightforward answer until about a year or two ago. I want to say it was 2 years ago. I got, my parent. He was on the phone with my dad right when I got home from school. Because I used to take the bus over to my grandparents. My mom picked me up, brought me home. And, then my father explained it to me because it was actually my first year of Little League. I never played on a team before.
Professional baseball.
Yeah. So, what I found out was that he only wanted – now, this isn't physically what he said, but this is how my dad summarized it. He only wanted winners on his team. And I wasn't that guy. I think I wasn't I wasn't the best player on the team. I'll admit that. I never have been. I never will be. I just wasn't that good. It was my first year. So they had me sent down to rookie ball. I was 10 years old, and rookie ball was for ages 6 to 8. That's how little he thought. And again, you know what? I don't care about that because you know what? I met coach, the coach that I eventually had for the rest of my years in Little League and for my last year in high school baseball. One of the coolest guys I've ever met. Again, even though he's a Red Sox fan, he's also a Steelers fan, so he does make up for it at least. He really, he taught me just about, aside from my dad, he taught me just about everything I knew because he found the right balance. Yeah, me and him would trash talk Yankee baseball, whatever. He got he eventually had most of the laughs because I had to put on a Red Sox uniform. But you know what? He knew when to be hard on me. And it worked because you know what? What did we do? We won a championship. So I get we're comparing Little League to professional baseball, but is it really that weird to compare when you look at coaching styles? Because we look at Alex and Luca's, he was too hard, and you guys got nowhere. Mine was different. Now
I was threatened to be benched at one point. I hope you guys know that.
I think I remember that.
Yeah, I remember that.
I think I remember that. And now I don't think I don't know if you guys ever had a scenario where a coach was too soft on a team, but we've seen that we've seen it from the other end, and they didn't get anywhere. So, Alex, I'll let you get back into your point.
MH has a compliment for Sean. I like how real Sean is. He should be the next Mets acquisition at Waterboy Control Room Analytics Department.
Bro, no analytics. Because if you put me in the analytics department, I'm gonna look at every guy and say, "Turn the computer off. Turn it off.
No.
Turn it
You're
off.
fired. You're fired.
You're fired.
You're fired. You're fired. You're fired. You're fired. And you're fired. Oh, that's right. Oh, wait, I forgot. You're fired.
Except you. I like you. You stay with me.
Yeah. In terms of the 8-2, and Sean obviously expressed, we're talking about the polar opposite of Luis Rojas and Aaron Boone here on the Boys in Big Apple podcast. When we lost that second game, our coach pulled us over. He literally told us we sucked. We were 7-2 at that point.
And you guys were, what, 10, 11 years old?
I was 9.
You guys were 9. That's right. You guys are like a year younger than most of our grade.
Right.
Yeah. He told us we sucked. I'm like...
That's real motivational for a bunch of 11-year-olds. I'll never forget the day we were practicing at Sam Miller Field, which was a little bit closer to downtown.
Yeah.
Downtown Jim Thorpe. And we got a text. My coach got a text from someone that was at the game, was talking about how you guys got ripped apart and our team just started bursting out laughing. I'm sorry to say that.
I've heard
I'm
that
sorry to any of my teammates that might be watching, but we're way past it now. So yeah, we all started bursting out laughing because I think you guys did. You guys lost that playoff. That was actually a playoff game. I think you guys lost. It might just be that game.
I don't remember any harsh statement.
Or it was somewhere around that time. I just remember you guys. I remember we got the message saying that coach had really flipped out on you. Now that I think about it, it might have been like a couple games sooner. I don't know. I don't remember. We're talking almost 10 years ago, so we're not going to remember everything. But I just remember we just bursted out laughing.
And to put a point, being too hard sometimes can have some creaks in it. Obviously, if we talked about, but there was a couple people that
Tony La Russa is a perfect example of that guy.
I mean, I'm not talking in MLB terms, but there was a couple of, for say, douchebags on that same team of mine. I'm not going to go into detail. 2 guys later on, I'm cool with, obviously. It's been years. Obviously, one of the guys was on Sean's team for high school baseball, and he absolutely hated the fucking guy. Yeah. And
I know exactly who you're talking about.
Yeah, he never seemed to grow up. Obviously,
he's a kid who threw. Alex, I think I knew you were talking about. He also threw his fucking glove at me. That piece of shit.
The one he threw the glove at your nuts, right? Okay, that's very graphic.
Yeah, just a little.
Just a little.
But he told, realistically, going back to the point, he told us we sucked. I mean, and one of the guys who was actually one of our, they like to call it custodians, but it was one of the janitors in the school. He was the head coach of the worst team in the Little League. Yeah, if you remember him.
He was a cool guy. I can't lie. He was
cool. He was a nice guy, and they won the championship. And then I remember my mom was talking to him about this certain coach, and he's like, "Well, we haven't even won a game yet,
Yeah.
And then the one time,
I'll be honest, that team wasn't exactly the most athletic either.
No,
if you remember.
No, right. No. What happened was that in the first game we lost, I was in right field. Right field. The guy was in right center field because there's 4 outfielders.
Yeah,
it's kind of like the
Little League. They bent the rules. Like everybody got to hit. Like it wasn't 9 players.
You got the fielder on side of the coach pitching.
Yeah, you had 4 outfielders. They'd rotate people in and out. It's Little League, so you can't. You can fuck Little League. One thing I always respect about Little League is they make it for everybody. So you can't hate it. Yeah, it sounds dumb, but. It's 10 to 12-year-olds.
Yeah. So going back to my point, there was this guy on the team. He was a pitcher, and he was also a center fielder, and he was once again kind of a douchebag in some ways possible. So he throws a ball at my leg, and it bounced up. It was too fast. It hit my ankle, and I was hurting. Whether I overreacted or not, I was 9 years old, so I probably didn't know any better. From that point on, you go into the next game in practice before the next game. I don't know who we faced. I don't remember. I missed one ball. Coach comes over to me. He says, "Look at you." He said, "I feel like he had the deep pizzle voice." The way he was. Yeah. He said, this is the way he said it, guys. "You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to bench you." And then he started muttering some fucking nonsense. Basically, if I didn't catch the ball, I was getting benched. But he was not a well-liked coach. Now, obviously, you guys out there, we're not necessarily. Well, we're telling you about these memories, but the point is, you can't be too soft.
We have a full memory stream, by the way, if you want to learn more about us.
Yeah, and obviously, we always take questions, of course, whether it be some personal and then sports. Obviously, Evan says, "Did you guys watch the Little League World Series?" I did not. I haven't.
I watched a little bit of it. I didn't get to watch. I think it was Michigan won the title.
Yeah, Michigan beat Ohio State.
Yeah,
Ohio State.
No, Michigan.
That would be the only
that would be the first time in 10 years. That'd be the first in 10 years. But no, I did. I kept tabs on it. There was one kid, man. He threw what? I think he gave up 1 hit within the span of 600 pitches. That kid was
I heard about
that. Kid was lighting it up. That kid was impressive. I wouldn't be surprised if he got a D1 offer after that tournament.
Yeah. All right. So, Gavin Wire, that's his name.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Gavin Wire. Sean, you were saying something?
I don't know if you had anything else more to add, if anybody else had any more to add to this whole Mets thing, but there's one funny story that I sent you guys before that I want to talk about real quick.
I might know. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I know what you're talking about now.
I'll read the comments when you're done. I don't know if you have anything more. Does anybody else?
We'll talk maybe a little bit about the Yankees afterwards, but you could probably get in that small little story right now.
Okay. All right. Let me pull it up on my phone so I don't botch the story.
Yeah.
So IMG Academy of Pennsylvania. I believe it's either Pennsylvania. It's western part of PA, eastern part of Ohio. I guess they play each other, whatever. IMG Academy played a fake high school on ESPN the other night.
How the fuck do you play a fake high school?
How did they get into the division? How did they get on the schedule? Okay, there's more. There has never been a Bishop Sycamore, the name of the quote-unquote school. They played 2 games in 3 days. The head coach has an active arrest warrant. Most of these players are high school dropouts that are nowhere near high school age. I don't know how well you guys can see this. That's a house. That's a house. That's the supposed location of this high school. Someone's house. That was the address that they had. This Twitter comment says, reading so many stories on Bishop Sycamore today, so let me share this one. They played a defender on Sunday that's originally from a 2020. Okay, this person can't English very well. From a 2020 from Florida. Kid has reported over 24 fake offers, showed up once to a 7-on-7 tryout and used a fake ID. His huddle was also fake. Amazing. Do you guys know what huddle is?
We can figure it out, I think, right?
It's your film. It's a website to watch film. I used it for high school baseball. Yeah, Bishop Sycamore played a game in Pennsylvania on Friday. Which, by the way, to add, Bishop Sycamore was from Ohio. So I just want to know, how does this happen?
How do you play a fake high school?
How did they get the okay from whatever division they're in?
I gotta ask, the fuck is?
And the best part is
field?
These guys are older than high schoolers, yet they still lost. They still lost the game. Imagine if they won. But no, they lost.
I'm starting to think from what I didn't read much into the story, but
I didn't know about
it. From what you're telling me right now, it probably was a bunch of escaped prison convicts that were like 19 years old.
When your head coach was, let's say way past
if
age.
They probably, if they even recorded a freaking, they got blown out apparently. If they have a stat sheet, it's either all fake names or you better be checking background checks. I mean,
you're gonna have to now.
Yeah. Oh, there's a total of for the sake, let's just say 30-man roster. 30 people have escaped from prison. Yeah, shit. Oh, where the fuck are they? They're on a football field playing a high school team.
It's just amazing. And like I said, the head coach has an arrest warrant out for him.
For fraud.
For fraud. This is one of the craziest stories I've read all year.
It would have been better if it was in 2020 because that would. That would just fit. That'd be
everything.
The climax.
That would just fit every 2020 stereotype there was. It's just amazing to me. Like, how did the conference allow this? Like,
free scrimmage, I guess.
Exactly. No, this counted. This was a real game. Like I said, imagine
Does
if
anybody
they
know their record?
It was opening night. Which, by the way, I should add, Jim Thorpe lost to Blue Mountain on Saturday. The game got postponed because of weather, 30-20. I should add to that. That's our former high school for anyone that doesn't know. But no, that's one of the wildest stories I think I've ever heard. Ever. I was just a fake high school. Which, again, the address was someone's house. Imagine you're just sitting here, like right now, I'm just sitting here chilling on the stream. And then next thing I know, I find out Alpine Avenue just beat Port Richmond. Just imagine. It's just one of the wildest things I've ever heard. It's crazy.
Empire State Building beats New Utrecht High School.
Just imagine, freaking they got 42nd Street in Manhattan just beat New Utrecht in a game. Like, it's crazy. Like, I never heard anything like it. I mean, I think the closest we ever had was, if you guys remember from the Little League World Series several years ago, there was a Little League team that broke all the rules. It was the all African American team that I think went on to win the title, but they got stripped because they were bringing in players that weren't even living within the area or something like that.
Are you talking about the Danny Almonte situation?
I don't remember names, but Times Square beat Alabama. I don't remember names.
There was the kid who was Dominican and 18 years. I think he was like 18 or 16 years old.
Something like there was a story like it, but
there's a whole like documentary. On that.
Yeah, exactly. I remember watching that. That was when I used to really pay attention to the Little League World Series. It's just, that's the closest we ever had to that. But wow, a fake high school, Times Square, just beat Alabama. Like, imagine that. It's like a bunch of former NFL guys that created fake, like Matt McGloin changed his name to Bob Bobbington and became starting quarterback and defeated Alabama.
I mean, you look at these people and you can't tell that they're 18 plus.
Right. At least if you guys remember when Jim Thorpe and Lee Heighton played, again, former high school, when we had the rivalry games and we lost because their running back was like 20 something years old.
Yeah. And he was a convict.
It was obvious that he was overage. Yeah. But I guess maybe who knows, maybe they lost on purpose just to prove a point. You don't want to look too good because then they're going to get suspicious. Like, all right, we need to run some backgrounds. Like, this is weird.
No, I honestly think that the what the fuck is it called up there? The league? What the hell's the league called?
The divisions, the conference,
whatever.
Oh, what are you talking about? Jim Thorpe's division?
The conference, the division, whatever.
PIAA?
PIAA, that's what it is.
That was ours. That was Jim Thorpe's division.
I know. I honestly think they knew about that, and then they just said, "Oh well, he's got to play. He's got to play." I guess they were afraid of a lawsuit or something, because that seems like that would be a real thing. Evan Spitzberg says, "Oh my god!" Evan Spitzberg says, "Sean, I just got an alert about that story."
Really? Wow. Talk about timing. I'm not even gonna lie. I think once we get off stream, because I already know I'm not gonna be able to fall asleep considering I gotta wake up early on a school night. I want to look more into this because this is like I literally discovered this story while we were making dinner. Literally, it's just amazing to me that a fake high school exists. How?
There's such things as like Ponzi schemes and all that. A fake high school.
I just don't understand how nobody noticed. How does no one pick up on this when the season starts? I don't get it.
I don't know.
It's oh my god! It's just amazing to me. Luca, what do you guys say about that? You've been quiet about this story.
No, I've just been nodding my head. Like, what the hell? Did you even have a goddamn building?
No,
it was someone's house. It was.
How do you not figure that out? Honestly,
how do you not like? You hear you see the school Bishop Sycamore. You're like, where is that from? Whenever when we were when we used to go to our high school football games, and we didn't recognize a team, we look up. All right, where's this team from? We never heard of them. Nobody thought to do this before the game. Everybody's like, all right, cool. Bishop Sycamore from Ohio. That's they're coming from Ohio. Big deal. We don't like Ohio. We just want to beat them. And they did.
MH says, this is CSI written all over it.
Yeah, honestly. It's, oh my God. It's, wow. That's like, there's no other reaction I could have than just, wow. I don't,
It's not even wow. It's the amount of stupidity.
Yeah, it's a little bit of both, really. I don't know what to say. It's amazing.
I don't know what to say either.
This, I hope, gets an ESPN 30 for 30.
It won't.
It probably won't.
Remember, Fernando Tatis has already got his own documentary, but this doesn't have a story.
Yeah.
I mean, just crazy.
Hey, at least Derek Jeter's getting a documentary. That's going to be good. I can't wait for that.
Definitely. So real quickly before we move into our little Yankees talk, what we talk there. According to Albert Breer, the Giants, following players have been raised in trade talks: Dante Pettis, David Sills, and Devontae Downs, all back end of the roster players. So I don't know what I think the Jets are trying to. No, I'm joking. I'm trying to make fun of the Jets, but my point is like, Devontae Downs, what are you gonna trade him to? The freaking XFL? He's just been.
You could trade him for like a 2023 7th round pick.
2023. Yeah, I don't think he's even worth that. He's not even worth peanuts and Cracker Jack. So let's talk about the Yankees. Obviously, and I'm going to be honest, I've been teeter-tottering between them because, when preseason comes around, I like to focus on my Giants. And also, Sean likes to focus on his Steelers. Luke likes to focus on the Jets.
Right.
And obviously, we do our, we'll watch the Yankees. But they did cut their streak 2 days ago, I think.
After winning 13 in a row.
After winning 13 in a row.
They've now lost 2 in a row.
I love the streak, obviously.
It was amazing.
Yeah, no, I mean, we've been ripping on the Yankees all season, but let's just do that. Also, I know we're way an hour. Well, actually, no, not really an hour because that whole discussion took almost an hour. This is what Derek Jeter said about getting booed in 2004. I don't blame them, Jeter said flatly after watching his batting average dip to 197 with an over 4 tonight. We would have booed ourselves tonight, too. It's hard to imagine being worse than we were tonight. Put me at the front of the list.
Yeah, well, that's why Derek Jeter is one of the most loved. He's probably, in my opinion, I think he's the most loved Yankee of all time because he was a leader, and
captain.
Yeah, he was the captain for a reason. He took ownership of when something went wrong, and you can't ask for anything more. Who's the last guy that we know that took ownership of failure and rebounded like a true leader? You can't find that in sports. There's no one like Derek Jeter. You can talk about how he's overrated, his stats are padded because he played so long. He was a bad defender, this, that, the other thing.
It's funny. I'm sorry to interrupt, Sean. It's funny because I actually saw people on Instagram saying that Lindor is better than Jeter.
I'm going to pretend you did not just say that. I'm going to pretend I didn't just hear that.
Should.
Look, if you could say Jeter's overrated all you want, basing it off the numbers. Nothing beats true leadership. That's bigger than any stat you will ever find. I'm sorry, it is. If you are a true leader of the locker room, you are a good player. I truly believe that. Even if your numbers are average, they're not so hot, they're not that great. If you are a leader who makes if you are the type of guy that makes everyone around you better, you can't say he's overrated. I just don't believe that.
Right.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. MH says Jeter ain't soft. He's a man. He's a ladies' man. We know about his gift basket game. Loco Joe says
that's funny.
Loco Joe says about the Lindor comment. Whoever said that needs to get their head examined. I do agree with that.
Anyone that thinks Jeter's overrated needs to get their head examined. I'm sorry.
And the thing is, we still do not know who didn't vote for Jeter that one year.
No, they're never going to reveal themselves.
Person.
They never will. And it's sad that that's actually the case, that's allowed. It really is. Again, people could say he's overrated. If he's so overrated, why did he come one vote short of unanimous?
Yeah.
All the conspiracy theorists, it's because they're the Yankees, they won World Series and everything. Casual baseball fans are some of the most frustrating people you'll ever meet. I swear.
Casual football fans too. I'll obviously tell a story that I got into it. I got into it with a Twitter geek this weekend. I'll just lay that in the football section. MH says David Wright is overrated because we wanted him to be our Jeter. I guess I could kind of. I mean, I don't know if he's overrated. I'm not a Mets fan. I can't really judge that. I mean,
it was so hard to judge because our whole lives when we watched him, he couldn't stay on the field.
No, not at all. And he was outside of the Yankees. He was one of my favorite players.
I'm watching the Cardinals and the Reds, and there's a Phillies fan in the crowd.
Yeah, because that makes total sense.
I think they're a little lost. I think Phillies. They're in Washington. They're not in Cincinnati.
That makes about as much sense as a fake high school.
Yeah, I know. No, I agree with you, Alex. Jeter, look, love him or hate him, you have to respect him. Even Boston, they showed their respect. And we could fight with Red Sox fans all day like we've been doing our whole lives. Even they showed respect to the captain.
Yeah.
That, if you've earned the respect of your rival, you've done something right. I don't think we'll ever see that with Giants Eagles though. So
No.
no, baseball's a little bit different, but
Yeah.
Philadelphia, they ain't gonna respect you if you're the greatest player of all time. You could be Babe Ruth if Philadelphia'd still boo you.
Yeah, definitely. And a surprising NFL thing, which we'll obviously get to in a little later on, the Broncos are waiving 6th-round rookie Seth Williams out of Auburn. So that's obviously interesting.
Yeah,
Obviously, from time to time, you'll see some late round picks getting cut. With that being said, let's talk about the Yankees. And I know we were going to dip into it a little bit. Luke, if you want to pull up like any important stats from the weekend, but my biggest concern is this. Now, obviously, they did strike out a lot during their 13-game winning streak. And obviously that comes with power, but honestly, when you're
It's the old analytics argument we've been talking about.
When your offense does not strike like it did it in the last 2 games, I want to say, obviously it shows. It's coded behind all the power in that 13-game winning streak. We can all agree on that. Even the analytics bugs should even back that up.
I'll say this. I don't like to make excuses. I've never been that guy. Yeah. Well, I used to be, not anymore. I don't like to make excuses, but you know what? Oakland, I guess maybe not in recent memory, but the Angels, anytime we go to the West Coast, we've always struggled, especially in Oakland. Oakland has given us – they've won 1 series in Oakland in the last 8 years, and that was 2016 when they swept them in 4 games. Other than that, it's either been a series loss or a series split. They've never – Oakland – and Oakland's a good team. I'm not taking anything away from Oakland. They are a good baseball team, and they've proved it. They showed it. So – I don't like to make excuses, but Oakland's had our number. We just have to admit to it. If we got to go to Oakland for a 1-game wild card, I'd be scared. I'm sorry, I would be scared. Yeah. Now, what I do want to ask you about is how do we feel about Nestor Cortez and that whole balking incident from Saturday? I don't know if you guys watched the game.
I did. I'm not even on the point of that. I'm on the point of the 2 horrible calls that happened that day.
Yeah.
How do you screw that up and have a makeup call? How do you explain that?
Yeah. That's stupid as a fake high school. I think we found our new punchline for this. I think we found our new punchline for this show.
Freaking makeup call. And Bob Melvin had absolutely the rights to get ejected and the right to be pissed off. He did.
Let me ask you this. How does Rob Manfred or the president of the Umpires Association explain that to the media?
What media? They don't answer questions.
They don't have to, so they don't care.
They don't answer questions.
They don't have to worry.
Nobody's going to dig deep into this, and I don't know why, honestly.
Oh, and then, people are saying, people are saying, well, actually, one guy I watch, on occasion for umpire analysis and stuff like that, and there's maybe one other person that also said it. Oh, well, the umpires, they get graded for playoff assignments. What else? Angel Hernandez could make 2 bad calls this season, and he could work a playoff job and suck. So
Angel Hernandez is still, he already is the worst umpire in baseball. And he still gets playoff position because he won a lawsuit that helped him get it.
He lost a lawsuit, actually.
Oh, he did? Oh, my fault.
The judge threw it out.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I'm thinking of a different one. That's my bad.
But the umpires. How do you explain it?
I didn't say this to Sean, but I'm going to say it to him right now. Under this one video that the same channel Alex is talking about, Edwin Moscoso, the umpire, ejected David Bell and Eugenio Suarez. Actually, a good call by the umpire. The balls and strikes obviously got ejected for arguing, whatever. I quote, and I'm dead pan serious about this. This person comments below. I think there should be a rise in suspensions and fines for players and managers who argue and get ejected for a correct call. Seriously?
That's the biggest problem in the MLB right now.
Like,
Yeah, that's such a bad problem, Alex, that, baseball will never be the same until it's fixed.
Okay, Luca.
Give me a break. Give me a break.
I'm gonna let you finish up because it's a good thing MH actually just said this now. He doesn't know what the call is, so maybe if Luca, maybe you could do the research or something like that. But I want to let you explain also. I think you had some points to bring up as well.
I will say at the end of this Yankee segment, though, I do want to do a quick minor league report because you guys may have seen on John Boy's Instagram. There's something I kind of want to. I kind of want to touch upon something real quick that happened in AAA.
Yeah.
And I was going to finish off by saying, like, managers and players can make mistakes too. Funny, the umpires get all this leeway to make the bullshit calls of the world, but somebody comments below, manager and
managers and players should be the ones suspended.
Should be suspended.
That sounds little league. Because if you remember when you would get a bad call against you and you look at the
umpire's always right.
Yeah, literally the coaches would tell us, don't you ever question an umpire.
The umpire, Bob Melvin was ejected in the 4th inning of that game.
Boone was also ejected the night prior after some really bad calls, which I love the way Stanton reacted by hitting a moonshot, literally right after.
Don't touch my baseball. I like the natural game 9 inning, no clock of the subtle parts.
Yeah,
I agree with you, MH. But
what
the umpiring was just
the calls. What day were the calls?
That was Saturday, so that was the 28th. That's how do you explain that? But once again, the MLB not doing their job in terms of having.
Oh no, and that's not even just an MLB problem. That's an entire sports problem. Like, whenever there's a bad call, there's I'll give the credit to the NBA and the NFL for trying at least to do something about it. But what has MLB done to try to solve robo umps? They've been experimenting with that for 6 years now. Where is it? Why are we still waiting? How many more experiments do we need?
I'm sorry to interrupt, Sean. I have the call at third base from where Marte got thrown out. Double play.
Oh, okay. Well, that does help a little bit. Yeah, that's the real that. I mean, I'll give it. The first play was a little bit closer. But this one, you're blind as hell.
When Marte should have been thrown out already.
Okay, those are both the calls.
All right, so what do you want me to go into first? The Marte, the
first
Marte?
Chronologically, the first play and then the second play.
All right. Just going to take this off. I'm going to share my screen.
Rizzo's in the lineup tonight.
And that's what I talk about. The freaking nerds are taking over baseball when they say some stupid ass shit like that.
Yeah. Well, because they're soft. Yeah, they've never been on a baseball field before, so.
You got it muted? Okay. So this is, I don't know if you guys will see totally, but if they slow it down in this video, you'll be able to see that he was out at third, but.
I'm not sure if I can fully mute it, Alex, but the sound might pop up, so
all right,
just beware.
Nope.
Okay, if they show the replay, hopefully they do. If they don't, then me. Okay, so
I can maybe slow it down.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's probably the best thing you could do.
Okay, so
pitch is obviously a strike.
Sanchez makes a good throw. See, look, right there. He's got the on the back. No hands on the bag.
There you go.
Oh yeah, free use. Oh well, actually, I should put that in the description.
Well, Mayhew has a double to start the game on the. It looks like second pitch. Good start.
All right, so now we're gonna pull it back to the call that was probably the worst. That's somebody said it. That's the new worst call in MLB history.
That might be a little bit of a stretch.
I think it's debatable. Alex, real quickly, I just do want to put this in my description real quick, and then
I still personally think I won't say the worst, but one of the worst was when the Tigers got robbed of a perfect game.
Oh yeah,
that in my opinion is the worst, just because of its impact. My opinion.
Okay.
All right.
What do you mean okay, this is being
what happened?
Okay, you know what? Keep going.
All right.
I could actually
hold on. Let me just shut off the volume.
Okay, so obviously you're not going to see from there, but if we slow it down, I think they're going to show the replay at the end. Maybe if they don't, then we'll slow it down.
I'll slow it down. So 0-2 pitch looks like a changeup. Ground ball. Well, fast line out caught. As you see, he's in no position. Nowhere near the bag, but he's still out. Again, how do you define that? How do you answer to that?
No.
You don't.
You can't. No, it's.
Now, here's my question. This has probably nothing to do with umpires, as Luca tries to remove a cat from his room or something like that. Rizzo just missed one. How about the Boston interference? That was actually, honestly, if I'm going to be real with you, MH, I thought that was correct. Now, that's obviously he's talking about the obstruction call with Will Middlebrooks and Alan Craig, if you remember that, Sean, right?
Yeah.
2013. Oh, by the way,
Yeah.
MH, we should also include MH. We should also
one
include
run will score.
MH. We should also include some facts about that World Series. Luca did root for the Boston Red Sox in that World Series.
He did.
Yeah, Luca, you rooted for the Boston Red Sox in the 2013 World Series, right?
We'd never talk about that.
But no, that call wasn't really. I don't think it was a bad call in my opinion. From the way I looked at it, because he was there, he did trip over him. But that's just my opinion. Yeah, Jason says the Yankees lead 1-0 with the Rizzo doubles. He's been struggling as of late. But here's my thing: will that 13-game winning streak fuck the Yankees in the playoffs?
I was just going to say, not even looking at playoffs yet, because obviously we got to get there first. I'm worried about inconsistency. We've seen it last year, and we've seen it this year a lot, where they'll go on a hot streak, and they'll be colder than the North Pole. So I'm worried. Now, obviously, this is a good start. They're up 1-0. And Judge with a base hit. I don't think Rizzo's going to be able to score on that. I just worry about that. Now, thankfully, this is a shorter West Coast trip than usual. Normally, it's like Oakland, L.A., or in this case,
Seattle.
Anaheim. Oakland, Anaheim, Seattle. This one's just Oakland and Anaheim. So it's a quick week in California, and then they're back in New York.
Cold.
So I am worried about that. Hopefully they prove me wrong, but it's something to consider. It's happened all of this year and pretty much all last year too. Even though last year was a shorter season, it still counted and it still happened. Whether we want to talk about how we agree or disagree with the 60-game season, it happened. And it's happened a lot this year too, so it's a wait and see.
My point is, I think the inconsistency lies at the back end of the bullpen. That's where my major concern is.
Chad Green yesterday?
Yeah. If there is one reason to be scared, no matter how well they're playing, it's that bullpen. And I kept saying from the start, right at the deadline, we need bullpen help. And they didn't get it.
Oh.
Now they say Andrew Heaney is supposed to, be in the bullpen now that Kluber is back. I don't know.
Maybe it's like a Severino thing, kind of like 2016 with
and that's a double play, 1-run scores, 2-0 Yanks.
Well, I mean, I think it's going to be a mixture of things. Maybe they'll use Heaney as like a Michael King sort of thing, but if they use him in short innings, let's just say, if they use him in short innings, you're either going to get the Heaney that gets the guys on the breaking balls, or it's going to be the Heaney that gives up the home runs. Real quickly, I want to give a shout out to one of our best supporters, as all of you guys are. But shouts to TD in the chat.
How you doing,
He was at the
TD?
Giants game yesterday.
Hey,
Almost
sorry about
another
the
MetLife miracle
ending. TD, what do you? We discussed it before.
We want to
How
get
do you
your thoughts on
feel-
the Baez Mets
Yeah.
situation.
How do you feel
About
about
all
that?
that nonsense.
We all voiced our opinion before. If you want to hear it again, we'll go through it briefly.
Yeah. MH is Britain going to be at health for a potential playoff game? I think he's out for the year.
I
He's
think
done.
so too.
I'm pretty sure they said that, right? He's done for the year.
I haven't heard that, but I'm not betting against it.
Yeah.
Honestly, I don't.
Seriously,
I you know what? I never wish for injury on anybody, but
You think it's a blessing in disguise?
A little bit, because he's
He
been
was
very inconsistent. So
Jason says gonna need Abreu and Heald if they put him in the pen for the rest of the season to get a lot of big outs.
honestly, it might sound a little weird. Okay, first off, let's name all our starters right now that we expect if we make the postseason. There's
Corey
obviously
Kluber.
Cole, Corey Kluber,
Jameson
Tyone.
Tyone.
Jamison Tyone, Montgomery. And usually they stick with a 4-man rotation in the postseason. Nestor Cortez could be a sleeper for that pen. If they need to get a quick 2 innings out of him, I would be down for that. I mean, I get he's been really good starting, but he's always been a bullpen guy. Why not try it? It couldn't hurt. I mean, Loaizaga, I don't have a problem with. It's just the problem I worry about with Loaizaga, he'll pitch one day, and then if he's got to pitch the next, that second day in a row,
It's shaky a little bit.
it's a little bit shaky. So Loaizaga can give you some length if they need length. Chad Green, when he's not collapsing, can give you some length when he's not
What are
collapsing.
you going to do with the role as Chapman? You got to take him out of that closer role. You can't have him close games in the playoffs. He's going to blow.
If he does not get this situation figured out by the postseason, then I agree. If he figures it out before we get to October baseball, fine. No big deal. He's pitched in the big game before.
He's also blown in the big game before.
Exactly. So if he this next month, he needs to prove to me he belongs in that closer's role. If not, I'm giving it to Loaizaga.
You better have backup plans. I'm just saying that.
I'm serious. I think Loaizaga is most fit for the closer role.
Somebody brought this up. Would you ever do? I know this sounds stupid, and I kind of agree. Closer by committee.
No.
I
think that's a little too inconsistent.
Little too much.
Yeah.
That's a little much.
Yeah.
Like I said, if there's a guy I want closing, it's Jonathan Loaizaga. In my opinion, I think he's our best reliever. Does anybody disagree?
Oh, I don't know, but you agree.
And it sucks that we traded Sessa.
Yeah.
But we had to ship off that Justin Wilson contract and have Sessa as an add-on, even though he was one of our better bullpen.
I don't know.
pitchers.
And then once again, I think Chad Green, in all honesty, I think my opinion is actually turning into a fact very slowly, or my theory, that the analytics guys like him. That's why he's here. That's my honest opinion.
I can see that because you know what? Again, he reminds me so much of what's a good pitcher I'm thinking of? Like an Ivan Nova. Remember, used to be really good at times, and there'd be times where he'd look like a shell of himself.
Yeah.
Jack Green is one of those guys where he can be really good. We've seen it before. Let's look at the Subway Series, the one game we won this year. He had a 3-inning save?
Something like
He's
that.
shown what he can do. But the problem is he, spontaneous collapsing. That's what scares me is you can't pitch good every game of the postseason and then just collapse if we make it to a World Series. Because then what good was the rest of your postseason?
Right.
You're devaluing everything you work for because you collapsed.
Yeah, I do agree. TD makes 2 comments about the Mets. MH makes a comment about the Yankees. I'll get to TD first. Baez was in the wrong. Don't show that the fans are getting under your skin. In my opinion, the whole situation is unnecessary drama. But if you consistently perform, you won't be forced. You won't be booed to begin with. He also says, after all, that was the major pick of the deadline for us. So obviously, there's major expectations. New York is the toughest place to play. Don't care what anyone says. And I say that because of the New York fans and the media. We are on the same boat as you, man.
We pretty much said the exact same thing. I said when I first made my argument that, Chicago, everybody loves you. That's just playing it with, playing for the Cubs. This ain't Chicago. This is New York. Can't handle New York? Ask for a trade.
Yeah.
That's
MH
all.
says, you guys should use Cole as your mad bum-like pitcher in the pen in case the Yanks get a small lead in the small series when he doesn't start.
I mean, I could see that in like a Game 5 scenario, to be 1,000% honest, or a Game 7. That sounds like something that they would do. And unless the analytics tell them otherwise, that's the way we know baseball. But the analytics might tell you, no, let's put in, I don't know, who the hell is our worst player in the pen? Let's put in Wandy Peralta. Yeah, there you go. Nick Nelson. Let's put Nick Nelson in the close. Because the analytics say he doesn't know these guys very well, so that only makes it more of an advantage.
Jesus Christ. TD says, ain't no Chicago deep dish around these parts. Definitely.
Yeah, we don't like tomato casseroles.
Yeah,
we like our thing.
What about your guy King? Thought he was a pretty solid reliever. We don't know what the hell's going on with him.
We don't know where the hell he is.
He could be on.
He could be on Mars right now.
I think that what happened is that he was rehabbing, but he got stuck in the fucking cornfields in Iowa. So he's there with Shoeless Joe Jackson, Ty Cobb, and all those other idiots.
Yeah. Wow.
Not idiots.
Yeah. Wow, Alex.
I know.
Wow.
Yeah. Okay. I was trying to make a point. I said the wrong thing, but MH says you risk a potential injury, but in the playoffs you go all out and call
exactly. Dynamic. Michael K said it best. Looking at last year, I use Game 2 of the ALDS as an example. When they went full analytics, they tried to outsmart Tampa Bay, and it completely backfired. And we're still feeling the effects of that because Levi Garcia. That we already know what happened there. He's not himself anymore, thanks to Aaron Boone. When the postseason comes, and even when a 60-game was around, 60-game season, analytics should be out the door. They should be out the door. Analytics, you got to pull every string possible to win a World Series. Analytics need to go out the door, and they won't.
Blake Snell.
Yeah, Blake Snell's another one. He may not be a Yankee, but that's still a perfect example because Tampa Bay is the exact same way. They might be leading the division right now. Cool, that's cool and all, but that's more or less because the Yankees have been beating themselves all year because of analytics. Anyway, we've gone on this rant a million times. I won't dive any deeper than we already have all season about it. Wow, Tani got rung up on a really bad call. I don't know if watch the screen. But no, analytics need to go out the door. That's just how I look at it. Postseason, again, Michael K said it best. Postseason, you got to pull every strings and throw the analytics into the ocean.
Yeah, I see that pitch was outside, at least from game day. Good question by TD because it's actually, once again, like Evans, in the right time. Who did you guys get in the Wilson Cessa trade? We got a guy by the name of Jason Parker today, actually.
Literally just today. Luca announced it earlier.
Yeah. Horrible call, MH says. Cessa was a stud, and I would have never gotten rid of him. And also,
and it's ironic because we all hated Cessa. We always hated his guts. And even my dad, when I told my dad, I said, why would they trade Cessa? He goes, wait a minute. You've been trashing this guy for the last however many years. Now you want him? I said, he may or may not have changed my opinion, but, you're not wrong. We all despised, just like we all despised Nestor Cortez at one time.
Yeah.
So.
Remember, what was I going to say? It all goes back to Sean's argument about the pancakes. You get the pancakes, and now you're complaining.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Literally, Alex used my own argument against me. The taste of my own medicine.
Yeah. TD says, how have your acquisitions been playing? Holmes, Gallo, Rizzo. Rizzo was killing it at first, but he's had a horrible weekend.
He got COVID.
Honestly, he's had he had a lot of errors. I think it was on Saturday or Sunday.
Yeah, Saturday.
He hasn't been doing well. I mean, he had
a good start tonight, though. He did get a hit tonight.
Okay.
Voigt's been playing better.
Yeah.
For now. Now, that's my question, too. We get into the postseason.
You cannot do what you did in 2019 with Voigt and Encarnacion. You cannot do that.
No.
You do that.
I've already expressed my solution, but nobody believes me except you guys.
Yeah. Stanton left. Remember,
Voigt
John Sterling doesn't believe that.
No, because they don't think Stanton's an everyday out player anymore. If he can't play the field every day, then retire.
Exactly.
Because you've had
nobody's a designated hitter forever.
No, except for David Ortiz, but that's just because he was a terrible fielder.
He was a first baseman and an outfielder.
Yeah, but he was a terrible fielder.
Yeah.
You've had since mid-February to get in on-field shape. Right. It's August 30th. It's going to be September in, 2 days?
Something like that. Actually, tomorrow.
Is it tomorrow? I thought we had 31 days.
hold on.
I don't remember.
No, 2 days.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I can never remember 31 days, 30 days. But anyway, no. You've had since February 14th. I think it was when they reported. You're telling me he's still not ready to be on the field? I mean, we see him once in a while, maybe in Philly. No, it wasn't Philly. It was Miami. Boston, I think, for like one game. I want to say
that he played a recent series in the outfield. I think it was
Oakland.
it was recent.
Yes.
It was Oakland. So even Stanton said, I play better when I'm in the outfield. So, okay, let's make this analytical because we have to make everything analytical. He has proven he is better when he's on the field. Look at this year. Look at the series against Oakland. They put him on the field. He lit up this, there you go. In Miami, he was still injury prone in Miami. You couldn't DH him. What were you going to do? Have him pitch? In Miami, he was one of the best players in the league. Analytics should tell you he is statistically better when he is playing on the field. You want analytics? There you go. There's your analytics. Nice catch by Judge to end the inning. By
the way, and I said this before, this has absolutely barely anything to do with the subject, but this is how backwards analytics can be. I said that I said a couple of weeks ago, when the Yankees swept the team, I said, watch, the analytics are going to come out and say that sweeping a team is actually
we've made
worse.
That joke 1,000 times.
Sweeping a team is actually worse than getting a 2 games out of 3 because in that specific case, what would happen is you'd lessen your chance to win the next series.
Yeah, you win too much. That's like that. Why do you think the Yankees can't sweep anybody? Why do you think they've been so bad at trying to sweep people?
Well, shout-outs to Tudo in the chat.
How you doing, Tudo?
But that's how analytics can be. Excuse me. MH says, how about Corey Kluber in the pen in a playoff series? Man can eat up 2 innings. Also, what does Voit bench? Looks like he's one more vitamin away from blowing up.
Well, he could bench 145 with one arm. I don't know if you know that. I remember when he first came to the Yankees, he literally showed, video went all over social media of him benching 145 with one arm. I can't do that on my own with 2 arms. I mean, he did it with 1. I haven't hit the bench in over a year, so I do have that as an excuse. But again, I don't make excuses. At least I try not to. No, anyway, no. As far as Kluber in the pen,
I don't see it honestly.
I don't see it. The problem is he's too injury prone. If you're putting him out on the field 2 days in a row in multiple scenarios, you're just raising his injury chances. I think you're better off just having him pitch every 5th day or 4th day, whatever they decide to go with. When, if we get to the postseason, a lot of Yankee fans tonight. I'm very happy about that. I don't think I could. I can't see them doing that with Kluber because then if Kluber goes to the pen, you got Cole, Tyon, Montgomery. Who else fills that spot? Probably Nestor Cortez, but Nestor Cortez has bullpen experience. Nestor Cortez has come out of the bullpen, I assume, most of his career in professional baseball.
Yeah.
So it only would make more sense to put Nestor Cortez in the pen. That's how I look at it.
That's how we look at it. Remember, analytics does not look at it that way.
Analytics looks at it illogically. We look at it logically.
Yeah. Tudo says Salami Personi Bronx team drop by your office to turn on the lights and pay our proper respects, and for all the Giants fans around the world, slap all Eagle fans, losers.
Hey, you know what's funny about both your teams this weekend is we all had a reason to root for the 2 New York teams. Giants because they were going against New England. Everybody in America could rally behind that. And the 3 of us, we all had to rally behind Luka because the Jets were playing the Eagles. Of course, nobody's going to rally behind
that NFL topic, which is
probably that's going to be a good one. I just want to hit one more topic before we
minor leagues,
we get to that.
And the ball.
Alex, do you want to pull up the John Boy video? I mean, from Twitter, if it's on Twitter. I don't know if he uses
Twitter. Should be on Twitter. By the way, the guy who charged him out actually put a statement out on Twitter.
Oh,
Um,
now I didn't know
Had-
that.
Max McDowell. He is one of the
He's a
catchers in the-
catcher for the
Catcher.
Rail Riders.
Yep.
I'll give a little bit of a background before Alex shows the video. At this time in the game, they were already losing 7-0. Lehigh Valley, I don't think, has a very good record either. The Rail Riders have something to play for. They're 59-39. So the Rail Riders have something to play for. I don't think Lehigh Valley does. Let me confirm that. I could be wrong. Actually, the Rail Riders are supposed to make up that game that I went to.
Okay, so I got both of them.
They're 45-55. So no, the Iron Pigs, they're fighting for pride at this point.
Okay, I got both of them. I guess the Gill one first, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so let me share the screen.
So here is what happened in Lehigh Valley in the Battle of PA down in Allentown.
Yep.
Full screen it.
I know that. Thank you. All right. So here's what happened.
Here's what started it. Pitch up and in. Yeah, that's Louis Gill, correct?
Yeah, that's Louis Gill.
Yeah.
Alec Boehm slams
The guy who should be
bat.
for the Yankees.
Should be. Up and in. I don't know why it says Brito. Someone said it was Alec Boehm, but I guess it says Brito. I don't even know. But proceeds to strike him out here.
Yeah,
So,
and he didn't like that. Look at the stare down.
no,
You see the
absolutely
stare
not.
down,
Yeah.
and he does not like that. Now, this is what happened early. Now, I will say this. Yes, that is a real news station. We have it in PA. It is a very nice station, as you can see.
Nice.
Yes.
Okay. Now,
This is what happened after. The Iron Pigs would retaliate,
Okay.
throwing at Max McDowell's head.
That,
Bam.
yeah. And once again, even if the Giants, what am I talking about? Even if the Yankees did such a thing or whatever, at least go for the chest, not the head.
Yeah, and we can't say for sure Gil did that on purpose. You know, and I always said, if you're going to throw at someone, don't aim for their head. Pedro Martinez, he's the biggest scumbag in the world because he promotes it. He promotes it. If you remember when Tyler Austin fought the Red Sox, he said, I am all for throwing at the head.
Yeah, this guy's ready for a fight, unfortunately. So let me, real quickly, before we break into our football subject.
Hold on. I want to get to the rest of the minor league teams real quick.
Okay, let me go and see what here's what Max McDowell said. Thank you to everyone who's checked in on me. I am lucky to have gotten up and overall doing okay. I never want to represent myself, the Yankees, or baseball like I did today when I charged the mound. I had just been hit in the head with a 95-mile-an-hour fastball. Without a doubt, this was done purposely. No one at the game will argue otherwise. Well, that's debatable because of the fans.
Because Philly fans are a little delusional, so.
No one at the game will argue otherwise. This was the second time this year this pitcher targeted a hitter with malicious intent this season. Inexcusable. The pitcher, no interest in saying his name or ever seeing him again.
Imagine if they become teammates.
Threw a baseball at my head with no regard for my health, my family, my career, well-being. I got up off the ground realizing this and decided to fight back. I don't remember much after that, so he probably blacked out. I can only hope MLB, MILB, and the Phillies review the facts and the acts accordingly. Any pitcher willing to use a baseball as a weapon has no place in baseball. What if I didn't get up? What if I wasn't able to call my wife and tell her I was okay? Again, I am grateful to be doing well and walk off the field today. I hope to be back on the field soon and playing the game the right way.
You know what? I respect the hell out of that comment.
I do.
Because he's a minor leaguer. We already know they're underpaid as all hell. And we all know this. He's fighting for a job. He's trying to provide for his family. So I can tell that was spoken from the heart. So I respect the hell out of Max McDowell for that.
I respect him. That was a good speech.
That was great. I my props to you, bro, because they'll never understand coming from that trash organization or trash city. Even Allentown's a trash city. It is. Allentown's want to be Philadelphia, and I think we can all agree on that. They're just want to be Philly. Want to be Philly. So I've spoken against Philly on so many occasions this year, and I just have another reason for it. It just goes to show. And I'm sure the fans are going to be like, oh, he's just soft, It's just a game, you got thrown that big deal. You threw it our guy, this, that, you can't sense with Philadelphians. You can't. You just can't. They're not all bad. I'm not trying to say that because I have family from Philly. But for the most part, you can't, you can't show respect to them. I can understand. Okay, with the Yankees and the Red Sox, sure, they despise each other. But there's a respect factor to it. They respect the hell. They respect their hate. At least when you go to Boston, at least you're not going to get shot. Or at least you should know you're not going to get shot by a Philadelphian. Because if you remember, a Giant fan went to Philly. What happened? Unfortunately, he got shot and he passed. How can you defend the city? How can you?
Really.
It's physically impossible. Yeah, I get passion. I get being hard on your players, which God only knows what Philly would be like if they had Javier Baez. Oh, my God. I don't even want to picture that. But, sports is everything to them. And
mixing – I'm sorry, Sean, to interrupt. Mixing Javier Baez and Philly is like putting eggs in coffee.
I was going to say more like mixing toxic chemicals, but all right, I guess we'll go with that.
That is the weirdest comparison I've heard all day.
Yeah. I'll say toxic chemical.
That's like, okay, let's do a better comparison. That's like putting pineapple on pizza.
There you go. I like that.
There you go.
I like that. That's a good one.
Shout outs to Jagger in the chat. What's going on?
How you doing, Jagger? Hope you're ready for football season. 2 weeks away, bro. 2 weeks away.
Yes.
Don't forget, we got our fantasy draft coming up. Alex, when is that, by the way?
That is this Saturday at, I believe, 9 p.m. I'm off on Saturday. I'm in his league, and unfortunately, I was speaking to one of the points that MH was talking about, the Noah Syndergaard Utley thing. I was actually at Noah Syndergaard's rehab start in Brooklyn, which is obviously where I live.
Yeah.
I did see that. I couldn't go on the draft for Jagger's fantasy league, but auto draft and that stuff. You ever seen the meme where it's like, congratulations, you're projected to do this? I'm projected to go 12-4. And my starting quarterback was Jalen Hurts. I'm like, nope, not happening.
If you win that title, then there should be an asterisk next to it. An asterisk. Real quickly, I just want to wrap up this minor league thing real quick. Just because minor league season is coming to a close very soon. I don't remember when the last day is. But minor league baseball, I'm so happy to say they got a season back. Hopefully next year they'll have a full season.
Yeah.
Rail Riders tomorrow will welcome the Buffalo Bison for a doubleheader. They are making up one of the games from the series that I went to. It wasn't the exact game that I went to, but one of the games from that rainy series against the Bison, who are actually back in Buffalo finally.
Locally, I'm just going to plug in my laptop.
Clark Schmidt will start game one. That's at 5:05. He's got a 2.84 ERA. I believe this is his second or third. No, I'm probably way off on that. I don't know what start it is, but he's just coming back, and he's been looking good in Scranton. Then the game two will probably start, I believe, about 35 minutes after game one. Keller will be pitching game two. I'm not good with first names, so bear with me on that. In AA, Somerset is 59-42. They have a big series against the Bowie Bay Sox, who is 59-41. So I imagine there's some sort of division battle there. In High A, Hudson Valley is heading all the way down to Greensboro. Hudson Valley is 63-38. They're actually remember they started out slow, so they've bounced back quite nicely. They will head down to Greensboro to start the 6-game series. And then lastly, the Tampa Tarpons will head to Lecom Park in Bradenton to face the Pirates, low A affiliate. I don't know why. One thing that's really annoying about minor leagues, the minor league website, is you have to go to a separate area to find the FCL and the DSL, which is
stupid.
The rookie league. It used to be different, but now it's like, yeah, exactly. Now it's like you got to go to a different link to get it. I can find the scoreboard. Here we go. Yeah, it literally takes you to a separate site. So I'll start with the DSL since that's the first one that popped out. The DSL Yankees Team 2 defeated the DSL Giants 4-2. I can't for whatever reason there's no record. So I guess their games don't matter. Yeah. Because there's literally no record. And then the DSL Yankees Team 1 defeated the Twins 8-5. They improved to 17 and I want to say is that 16. My eyesight's bad. That was a 10-inning game. Is that all of them? Yes. So let me just find the FCL real quick. And then we will officially be done. Because again, this is MILB.com. They kind of dropped the ball with this one. I mean,
MLB drops the ball with everything.
Yeah.
I do have a couple
one where they don't show the record, but regardless, the FCL Yankees, the Florida Complex League, defeated the Tigers Western team 10-7. And I think that is all of them. Yes, that is all of them from the Yankee Farm Report.
That is wrapping up our MLB subject.
Like I said, I'm just really, I just can't, okay, real quickly, going back to that fight real quick the brawl we talked about before, I can only imagine, I'm not dissing minor league games because I know they're meant to be family friendly. I can only imagine the Karens at the game.
Close your eyes, cover your eyes.
This isn't family friendly. This is ridiculous.
This language will not be accepted.
All I know is that if I was there, I probably would have got thrown out. Because we've all seen how we react when the Yankees get into a fight. And going against a team that represents a Philly team,
we would not upside the head.
It would take a lot of self-control to not start cursing at the Iron Pigs. Because this wasn't in Scranton's home. This was in Lehigh Valley. Yeah. This was in Allentown, which Allentown alone is a trash city.
Yeah.
So I can only imagine, what it's like for all the geeks that are at the game, all the schmucks that we would have dealt with. Just like when we went to the Cyclones game 2 years ago. People like that. That's the people that I'd pay just to watch it, just because I know I would get frustrated by looking at it.
All right, so it is NFL time. I honestly didn't expect that we'd actually do MLB for 2 hours, but we've already been 2 hours into the show.
Comment.
Yes, he does, and I'll acknowledge everybody else. He had good seats yesterday. Pretty cool, amazing seats. Ooh. Talked with the Giants defensive coordinator Patrick Graham.
That's cool. That's really cool.
I'm not gonna lie to you there, TD. Shout outs to you, man. Great job.
Just in general, how was the overall experience? We've done a MetLife game before at 2 years ago, so we know what it's like. We're just curious. How was did you tailgate? Did you have a party prior? With tailgating, did you just go for the game?
Yeah.
Let us know. How was the overall experience for you? What'd you do? Things like that.
How did it feel to be in a stadium that looks like an air conditioner?
Yeah.
Or Sean says a stack of
CDs.
Yes.
That's what it looks like to me.
So I think we should do this a little bit by little bit. I do want to go into the Giants and Jets first, maybe some Steelers, and then obviously do what other topics are, because obviously there's a lot of concern. The Giants made one trade. There's some players on the block. Jets made a trade. There's some players probably they're going to bring in and stuff like that. The Steelers, obviously, they did their thing. So TD asked me this, and also Tudo says, Luca, pancakes are not good for you, but I guess he's a pancake. Well, you are a pancake eating bastard, Luca.
I don't know pancakes. You're just
If anyone doesn't know, we were doing for some reason at the end of the show last week. He brought up a tweet that said you got to get rid of one. It was pancakes, French toast,
waffles, and eggs.
Waffles.
And this man said pancakes.
He chose pancakes. I don't know why. And I don't know how, but okay. So TD says, still got to watch your video on Price. Sorry, been so busy, but you guys think he could be a one-day starter at center, and move Gates to guard. See, here's the problem. Obviously, I think it's a great move by the Giants. not okay, maybe not a great move, but it's a good move. You trade BJ Hill, who was not going to get anything on this defensive line, locked behind Leonard Williams and Dexter Lawrence. But you get a former first-round pick from one of Sean's most hated teams, the Bengals, which he absolutely loves the Bengals.
Bro, it was funny the way they lost yesterday. I actually watched the majority of the games yesterday. The only game that I didn't get to see was the Giant game, actually. Because I was upstairs all day. So, do you remember? Okay, there was a glitch, though, that I was able to watch like the first quarter or so. Do you remember when I was watching the Raiders and the Niners.
Mm-hmm.
That was on NFL Network, so I was using Game Pass to watch it.
Okay.
You know how they'll switch to another game?
Right.
They did that. So if I wanted to watch the Giant game, all I had to do was go to that Raider-Niners stream until that one was over. So I was able to watch a little bit. Most of it I heard on the radio because I was watching the Bengals, not the Bengals, the Browns and the Falcons. So I actually watched yesterday kind of felt like a normal Sunday. The only thing that wasn't normal because Giants had, for whatever reason, had a game at 6:00, which was weird. They had to break the flow of what was a normal Sunday. But I guess it was, if I had, okay, putting jokes aside, I'm guessing it was because the Jets also played in New York.
Yeah.
I think that should have just been the Sunday night game. I think that Browns-Falcons game was really boring. I can't even lie. I turned it off about halftime. I couldn't get into it.
I didn't even watch it because I had the Yankee game after. So and I was also doing some recording for the podcast episode, guys. If you haven't already, go check that out. It was released about this morning. But going back to your question, TD, I don't think they should move Gates to guard because he played guard and tackle in 2019, played center in 2020. I don't want to keep moving him because he's a consistent starter. If week one Shane Lemieux's not ready, you move Price to left guard. He's played left guard plenty of times in his career. So, that's just my thoughts on that. But, it's a solid move with the Giants. And it's nothing in terms of expectations either. He's a former first-round bust. He's going to be a depth guy. And I had people today on Twitter and Instagram, and obviously, we get into this mostly every time, whether it's Yankee fans or Giant fans. Andrew Thomas, because of his horrible performance yesterday, is apparently Eric Flowers.
God, after one game.
Here's what I said. And I ranted on this guy because it's a fan page guy. It's not a content creator. It's a fan page guy. If I could find his account, I can.
Real quickly?
Sure.
Since we can't have the volume on for the Yankee game, there was a roll call in Anaheim. Yankees were able to get it. There were so many fans in one section, they were able to get a roll call. That's impressive. That is really impressive. They haven't been able to do that at Citi Field yet. So able to do that all the way in Anaheim, I'm impressed.
Okay.
Shout outs to you, Yankee fans.
Going back to what was I going to say? Actually, there are couple of questions, actually. Thank you guys for the questions. Here's what I said in the comments to this fucking idiot. I'm going to call him a fucking idiot because you don't go out there and just say, oh, Andrew Thomas is Eric Flowers. You don't do that. Here's what I said. I said, I'm sorry, but don't ever compare Thomas to Flowers again. I ain't salty and won't defend Thomas for his poor performance, but at least Thomas puts the work in. Eric Flowers called out the fan base and gave up like the rest of our team in the losing years. Thomas was bad last night, but let's not stretch our imaginations too far. Nobody liked it. Nobody replied to it, but they knew I was right. It's fucking.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if you guys can see it. I probably can't. Let me.
A little bit of a glare. That's the problem I have. I'll try to put up the.
Okay. It's because of the light too.
Oh yeah, I know. I got a general idea of what it means.
It's a glasses meme, and I just don't know how the fuck you can say that. This man puts in the work. Eric Flowers didn't. He called out the fan base like a total fat idiot that he is. That's why he's a backup in Washington. I have a lot of comments to get to. Holy shitballs. Tudo, we're all Italian pro rugby players. Unlike all American NFL players, we don't wear pads and diapers for true battle. The scars and bruises are triumphant. Nice. Patrick took all the laps. Man looks lean. Tudo says, love the fact in the Coach Coughlin time, every single player had to sweat and hard to compete during their position 24/7, 365 nonstop. TD about his MetLife experiences. I actually didn't know I was going until recently. My friend had season tickets and couldn't make it, so I took the chance. Really cool, 10 to 20 feet away from players' seats, so it was amazing. That's a hell of an opportunity.
Real quickly, T, since I know you missed the beginning, I want to fill you in on something real quick because New York Post actually just posted the story. There was a high school team that wasn't a real high school team playing high school football. They were posed as a bunch of high school players. If you want more, I will leave a link in the chat so you can read up on it. It's really interesting. We discussed it earlier, too, if you want to go back. But, yeah, there was a fake high school football team out there, and ESPN even noticed it. I was looking at that article real quick. So, TD, I will leave the article in the chat. And for anybody else who missed the start, it's a very bizarre story that we've honestly turned into a catchphrase now where it's like, this doesn't make as much sense as a fake high school football team.
Yeah, this is more confusing than a fake high school football team. That's going to be the punchline.
Yeah, that's going to be our new punchline. I'm going to put the article in the chat so everybody can see it.
Okay. And I'll answer the questions in the meantime. Jax Com, aka Jagger, says, do you think the Giants have a bottom 5 O-line? Obviously, yesterday the offensive nobody asked you, Luca.
Yes,
nobody asked you.
Yes,
but
they do.
The offensive line did not play well yesterday. I'll be the first to admit it. They got better at the end. And I said this on the podcast. I'll say it now because it's on another podcast. You know what? You know what, Luca? Why don't you go in there in your corner, little boy? Okay? Pancake. You're the one who hates pancakes. You're the one who hates pancakes.
I do not hate pancakes, but the Jets had an undefeated preseason.
You tied.
Semi-undefeated.
Yeah.
Semi-undefeated. But they didn't.
But Alex, remember something. Me and Luca did something you didn't, and that was win at least one game.
Yeah. So obviously that was not flavorful. But what was I going to say?
Talking about the offensive line.
Yeah, offensive line didn't look great. Gates and Hernandez were the best guys. They got better as the game went on, but Parrott struggled. The tackle struggled. Andrew Thomas was getting beat off the edge and wasn't, he was opening up his hips too early. There was a lot of stuff wrong, and hopefully it gets fixed before week 1. And it's going to be.
I gotta interrupt you for a second. This is hilarious. I'm glancing through this article, and when ESPN was interviewing the Bishop Sycamore team, they told ESPN that they had a bunch of top prospects, and ESPN believed it. Didn't do any research. They just believed it. They just believed it. I'm dead.
That's a microcosm of that organization.
Literally, they just believed. I'll read it right here. Bishop Sycamore apparently told ESPN they had a number of top prospects on their team, and the network then took them at their word and put them on TV against the best team in the country.
Okay, you know what? No. Microcosm of what ESPN is.
I'm sorry. I know I shouldn't interrupt because we already talked about this, but this story is just amazing. It really is.
What was I going to say?
I'm putting the article in the chat right now for anybody that wants to read this because this is just, oh my God.
Yeah, but that's pretty much my story about the O-line. TD says, was obviously mostly Giants fans, but a good amount of Patriots fans showed up too. But the atmosphere was great for preseason. Most people left before that final touchdown, and the crowd went wild. If that game would have ended in a tie, I don't know what I would have said today.
Bro, it literally would have been a tale of literally the two New York teams. If they finished the exact same way, a Hail Mary and then a tie game. Yeah. Literally, Giants... Chisel Adonis had a funny tweet. Hang on, I'm going to pull it up real quick. Chisel Adonis, obviously one of our favorite YouTubers, does a lot of NFL commentary, had a very funny tweet about the Giants and the Jets preseason games. New York football at its finest. The Jets throw a Hail Mary to end the game in a tie. Giants throw a Hail Mary to cut the deficit to 2 and then lost on the 2-point conversion. That's just New York. Basically, to summarize, that's New York football in a nutshell right now.
I thought it would be role reversal, but I guess not.
Literally, it's supposed to be, but maybe who knows? Maybe the Jets and Giants are switching. Maybe the Jets will become the dominant New York. Oh wait, they already are. So, 10 years and Giants still haven't beat the Jets in the regular season game, but
Yeah. MH says, guys, I didn't know about the Giants fan who was shot by an Eagles fan. Eagles fan was 36,
Yeah.
and he shot a 23-year-old. That will forever loom in Philly reputation.
Yeah, that happened at Pat's
bar or something.
It was at Pat's Cheesesteaks right across from Gino's. And I guess now I'm not trying to defend the Eagles fan here. I'm not. But does anybody think that he might have went down there because he was from Jersey to cause trouble going in Giant stuff? Do you think anything's possible? But regardless if he did or not, that's no reason to shoot him.
No,
it's not.
Right.
And again, it just defines who, I'm sorry. That's just Philly for you. And it's sad because take away the craziness and there's some really loyal fans. You'll see them travel cross country. You'll see Eagles fans taking over stadiums, not quite at a Steelers level or a Cowboys level, but they will travel well. Even in baseball, they'll travel well. It's sad. It really is. Because if it wasn't for all the craziness, they would be a great sports town. But they're plagued by their crazy fans. And it's a shame. It really is. I'll leave the link to that article if anybody else doesn't know about that. So just give me 1 second.
Yeah. And I'll continue answering the questions, and obviously we'll move forward. Honestly, shocked Graham turned and spoke to me when I screamed Patrick as he walked by. Seems chill, doesn't do pictures, though. Just FYI, if you ever meet him. I'll try to go to a game this year, of course. Jagger says, are you going to do live streams for the Giants games? I might figure something out with that.
We're going to try something. I proposed an idea to Alex. Now, obviously, I have to have off a Sunday for it to work. And if we're not hanging out, where we kind of do like an NFL red zone style thing where we go from game to game talking about what's happening, stuff like that. So we're trying to work out how we might try to do NFL Sundays. It's also tricky, too, because as you can see, this is my uncle's man cave, and I know we're having like a big party for when not even necessarily a big party, but we're having people over for when the Jets have their whole opening day games. So it's we're working on stuff right now for when football season gets here. But we'll obviously keep you updated. So just stay tuned.
Yeah. I was gonna say, Jason says Didi did a curtain call for Yankee fans in Anaheim a couple of years ago. Only time I've seen that in opposing park.
Yeah, honestly, like I said, even Citi Field, what are we 8 miles east of the Bronx, and the Yankee fans haven't been able to do that over there. So I'm impressed. Either the Yankee fans just travel that well, which if we do, if you remember, they took over Dodger Stadium a few years ago as well, or the Angels just don't show up to see their team, which I can't imagine would be the case because Ohtani and Trout. But
yeah. TD says one of the best NFL corners was also no more than 20 feet in front of me. That's probably also known as James Bradbury, who, other than a holding call, actually played pretty well. TD says the fake high school football team was at the game ?
No, this was in Western PA. They were posing as a team from the address of that team was in Ohio. It was someone's house. So imagine your house
being
is
the
address to a fake high school football team. We said it before. You could, let's say you live on 42nd Street in Manhattan. You just got, and your high school team plays against 42nd Street, Times Square, I don't know, and you lose and you find out it's a fake team. Like, it's just wild.
Yeah. MH says Sean is pushing the catchphrases. And he also says top prospects to get charged for fraud.
Yeah.
Definitely. MH says we say BSPN for a reason. Jagger says the Jets are the ones pretending to be the high school student, pretending to be the professional athlete, both football players, et cetera, et cetera. TD asks, video tomorrow for the final 53. I believe the deadline is 4 p.m. Definitely a video coming out. I made sure that my schedule was clear enough because I'm not gonna do something in the morning where it's like, oh well, hopefully it does rain tomorrow. That way I'm asked to not do anything, so I could just sit home and just look at these roster cut downs and the waiver wires the next day with the practice squad. So obviously that's going to be.
I know I'll be home for the deadline. I just won't be home all day because I know I have college classes tomorrow, but I will be home for that deadline. So I'm curious to see. I mean, the Steelers have already made some big cuts.
Well,
so
what do you think of cutting Jordan Berry?
They've been trying to replace him for a few years now, so I can't say I'm surprised. And Harvin impressed, so I guess they're looking towards the future. I respect Barry. You know, he's done his job. You know, he's had his time in Pittsburgh, but it's time for a new era of punting, and that is a big man who can punt, as we saw in the Hall of Fame game, for example. So I'm not too surprised by that. I doubt anybody's going to keep 2 punters on the team. So.
Yeah, definitely. TD does have a question for us. I think I scrolled past that a little bit. I forgot to answer it, of course. Giants, Jets, Steelers Nation, best backup quarterbacks from 1 to 3, best starters from 1 to 3, in terms of like quarterbacks, of course. Okay, so
all right, so we got.
But I don't know. I know we don't know with Wilson, but assuming what we've seen in the college preseason.
I'm okay. Let's base it off of preseason performances.
Sure.
For this sake. Yeah. Only because of Zach Wilson. If we want to talk overall, then that's just a debate between me and Alex, because Wilson hasn't played a regular season snap yet. Ranking Jones, Roethlisberger, and Wilson. Who wants to go first?
Jones, Roethlisberger, Wilson. See, here's the problem.
How about we let Luca go first, because he's of the neutral side, because you can't really base anything again.
Yeah,
can't base anything with Wilson yet. So let's give Luca the neutral ground, and then I guess me and Alex are more than likely going to debate.
So I'm deciding who's been better in the preseason or overall when it comes to Roethlisberger and Jones, right?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, for now. We'll put preseason aside for right now. We'll get into preseason. Okay. Overall, Luca, if you had to pick a QB, would it be Ben Roethlisberger or Daniel Jones? Or if you don't like either of them and you'd rather have Zach Wilson, just until whether you believe in him or if you truly think Wilson will be better than the both of them.
I'm not going to say Zach Wilson will be. No, I'll choose Zach Wilson. I'm not saying he will be better than both Daniel Jones or Ben Roethlisberger. But there's questions for both sides. Is Daniel Jones going to take that third-year step? Is Ben Roethlisberger going to be somewhat decent? I mean, is he going to be still the Big Ben? I'm not expecting him to play like he was in his prime, like 2009 or some shit. But still, both have their questions. Everybody has their questions.
Well, yeah, Wilson, Alex has his questions. You never know. Is he really a competent host? Because I don't think so. So all right. So how would you rank all three?
Established, I'd probably pick Big Ben.
Big Ben. What about second? What about third? Jones or Wilson?
Second, I'll go with Jones. Wilson, we don't know what he's going to be about.
Okay, that's fair. Alex or me? Luca, I'll let you pick. Who goes next?
Sean.
Fuck you.
Yeah. See, not a competent host. He has anger problems. I'm gonna be as unbiased as possible. I would take Ben first because Ben has proven to me that he can, that he can still throw a football. He did a much better job of, he still threw 10 interceptions last year, but it's better than years prior.
I mean, what was his ratio? 10 interceptions to how
33 touchdowns. 33.
Okay, that's good.
It was actually slightly better. Justin Herbert was 31-10 in that ratio, while Roethlisberger was 33-10. So I would take Roethlisberger because I believe if with a competent running game, Roethlisberger can make that energy last. Daniel Jones, I would put it 2. I think Jones has I still believe Jones has potential. I really do. If he limits the turnovers, as we've all said before, I would take, I think Jones can be a good starting quarterback. You don't need him to be perfect. You don't need to be he doesn't need to be a Patrick Mahomes or a Lamar Jackson.
Or an
Eli Manning. If he just goes out there, does his job, leads the troops to victory, what more can you ask for? You don't need, MVP quarterbacks. And that's what I like about Jones is he's not out here trying to be a Lamar Jackson or a Patrick Mahomes. He's doing things his way. Now, if he limits the turnovers, then I would take him as a starting quarterback because he's got good receivers. So I think there's potential with Jones. I do. I really do. And, me and Alex, we can trash talk each other till the end of the night. But I do think Jones still has promise. Now, this is his – I truly believe – I'm defending your team, and you change my name to Four-Eyed Moron. Okay, fine. I'll take Wilson over him then because, you know what? Daniel Jones throws interceptions. He's bad. He's big bad.
Zach Wilson has not thrown an interception.
There you go. Zach Wilson's automatically better now. No, in all seriousness, though, I do believe there's potential for Jones. I just think this is his last chance. I do believe that. Zach Wilson, again, basing off the preseason, I said it last week, and he, obviously he didn't play this week. If he can show that consistency, it'll be more or less the same. Now, Tony Romo, Luke, I'll ask you this real quick. Tony Romo came out and said that Zach Wilson could be the next Patrick Mahomes. How are we feeling about that?
I'm not going to put a cap on him. I'm really not. We
Right.
have no idea who he's going to be. We really don't.
Do you think
that's what I'd say about any rookie quarterback right now?
Yeah, do you think
Lawrence could be a bust for all I care?
Yeah, exactly, and that is the case. Anything's on the table because we talked about how we talked earlier about how the Mets are still the Mets. The same thing could go for the Jets.
When it comes to developing quarterbacks, absolutely.
Exactly. So you never know. Anything is possible. I like what I've seen from Wilson. It's just got to translate to the regular season. And I guess we'll find out week 1. We'll get an idea as to what that'll be. What do they got? I forget. Oh, yeah, Carolina. So that's a good first test. Defeat the guy that you replaced. Well, he's going to have a little bit of motivation. Alex, how do you rank your 3?
So, we also got to go over backup quarterbacks because
we do got to do that.
And then we'll go into other stuff as well. I know Lucas still has yet to go on the Jets, Sean Steelers, whatever. I'm actually going to agree with you guys. I've been a Daniel Jones defender. I have a T-shirt of his. If it wasn't
super fan.
If it wasn't for the fucking interception yesterday.
Oh my God, Alex, calm down. It's preseason.
Okay, fine. If it wasn't for the fucking interception, I would have changed my thoughts a little bit in terms of for going on preseason. But I will agree with Roethlisberger, Jones, and
all right, that's fair.
Listen, here's why. A guy I particularly don't like, and he said something very fucking stupid in terms of the night that the national shooting happened. I don't like it, but we're not going to get into that, of course. He said something that actually made sense. Daniel Jones is good is already great. He needs to cut the bad or lessen the bad.
Yeah.
Daniel Jones?
Let me ask you for a comparison.
Mm-hmm.
Let's look at a Jameis Winston, who was just named the starter of the New Orleans Saints, which they, by the way, I will add real quick, they actually cannot practice in their facility for their opening game. They've been moved to Dallas, so I don't know where they play week 1, but I wonder if they'll actually.
They play against Green Bay at home.
I wonder how that's going to turn out. That's interesting. We'll get more into that in a little bit. Would you say with Daniel Jones, it's very similar to Jameis Winston in the fact of if he didn't have the interceptions, he would be a good quarterback?
Oh, absolutely. I definitely think that. Once again, he's flashing now, meaning Jameis Winston, but what the hell does that do for the Buccaneers? It doesn't do anything. It doesn't do anything at all. Obviously, they have Brady now. They moved on, whatever. But the point is that, once again, Daniel Jones is good is already great. But once again, that great is interfered by the actual stupid and the blockheaded moves, like the interception. Now, obviously, in my opinion, it's not just the interception. It's because of, I think there's a lot of pointers around him that could be made. We don't know if the offense is going to look the same it did last season with all the freaking curl and comeback routes and stick routes in Madden.
Your offensive coordinator's got to be better, Alex. Jason Garrett's got to be better.
Well,
you know what? If there's one thing holding back the Giants, I think it's Jason Garrett. That's one of them. Aside from the Daniel Jones mistakes, I say Jason Garrett could be one of those reasons. Kind of like a Randy Fichtner situation.
If week 1, now here's why I have
Ohtani goes down.
Here's why I have a little confidence in Garrett. Little. Now, obviously, week 1, we have yet to see if they're going to open up the playbook, whatever. Saquon Barkley is coming back, which was a big part of the game plan last year. And then last year, they pretty much botched the offense, whatever, what the hell you want to call it. Kenny Galladay, deep receiver. He's coming back week 1. He's probably going to play. John Ross, if he makes the roster, he's probably going to play. He looked good running routes before the game yesterday. Kadarius Toney, he's probably set to play week 1. So more weapons, open up the playbook more. The end arounds I like, but you can't use them too often for explosive plays. You can't use Daniel Jones too much for explosive plays, in my opinion, because he will fucking get hurt. But the plays downfield, like Luca was watching with me yesterday, that Caden Smith touchdown is what Daniel Jones really is, in my opinion.
I got 2 things. First of all, Giants fans were questioning this, and I agree. I want to say something afterwards when I get them what I'm saying.
Okay.
Why was Jason Garrett doing all these play action vertical shit with the backups? I don't get that.
Honestly puzzles me. I think he wants to try to get the opponents to think, well, actually, no, they don't go downfield. They just do the stick routes and maybe flip the story. But I don't see why
it just
he would do that.
Sense.
TD's right. Jones to Smith is a legendary duo. It's underrated, honestly. Like rookie year, we were talking about Jones to Slayton, but it's also Jones to Smith. He had like 2 touchdown catches.
Chemistry then with Evan Ingram.
Fuck Evan Ingram. I mean, listen. I hope the guy gets. He had a calf injury, and they're doing more tests. But this is. I don't care if it's a preseason game or regular season game. This guy's always hurt, and if he's not hurt, he sucks on the field. Sorry. He had no fault in that interception, by the way. Also,
Daniel Jones threw it behind him.
Yeah. Also, TD says good news. Joey Sly was cut, so they get that 7th rounder officially from Ryan Santoso. Jason says some of it feels like Daniel Jones has to be better. Has to be better in terms of trust that he actually is seeing what he has to and been trained to see downfield and not hesitate. Hey, Alex, I'm sorry. Hey, Alex, am I crazy to say Jones Smith is his best connection throughout his career? I feel he has chemistry with him. You're not crazy to say that, in my honest opinion. I would like Caden Smith more involved in this offense. I really would. I think he's like a Kyle Rudolph type of player, not one that's super flashy, but, good for catching the deep ball, this stuff and that stuff. Slayton, the fucking problem with him is he had 6 drops last year. That's not good. There's sophomore slumps and, players endure that, but that drop on the 3rd and 13 was so big for the Giants and one of the reasons they did not move downfield yesterday. I mean, once again, they had the 2-minute offense, which was executed well by Daniel Jones, but, Luca, you're going to say
Alex,
something.
I must say, you were talking about creativity and deep balls and all this type of shit with Jason Garrett, Daniel Jones, week 1, whatever. What happens if the offensive line goes awry? You're going against a very good defensive line. You're facing Bradley Chubb. You're facing Von Miller. What are you going to do if the offensive line starts to struggle? How will Giants fans take that? What if Jason Garrett starts to go a little conservative? The crossing routes and the flat,
that's something.
And the passes in the flat reappear because you got to get the ball out.
That's actually a legitimate concern I would have as a Giants fan going into week 1. I understand, Alex, how confident you are going into week 1 that you think you'll beat Denver, but I would be worried, because that is a very good D-line going against that offensive line. So if there's one thing I would be really worried about, that's it. Luca said it perfectly. And it's 2-1, by the way, because Kluber's starting to forget how to pitch again.
They also have 3 good corners, so you got to manage.
It's definitely going to come down to the defense.
And I just want to say this. I'm sorry to interrupt. But if the offensive line fails to, live up to anything this year, at least to me, the offensive line for the Giants should at least be average. like playable, manageable.
Yeah.
And here's
But
my
Alex,
thing.
Alex, you didn't let me finish what I was going to say.
Okay, go ahead.
Dave Gettleman and Joe Judge. I'm not a Giants fan, but I'm just saying from a football standpoint, as a football fan, if this offensive line, gets Daniel Jones hurt or sucks the entire year, below average, whatever, bottom 5 of the league, Joe Judge and Dave Gettleman deserve absolute fault because they doubled down on the offensive line. They did not get anybody in the draft this year. They could have grabbed, I think Rashawn Slater was available for you guys, possibly, or whoever in the draft. It is Joe Judge's fault and his coaching staff's fault and Dave Gettleman's fault if this offensive line does not improve. And Giants fans should have a right to be pissed off.
No, I mean, absolutely. Absolutely. The point that I'll make with that is that in terms of costing jobs, I obviously got your point about the fault. In my personal opinion, unless shit goes to 4-13 this year, Joe Judge is going to stay another year, and in that case, Dave Gettleman will be fired. That's just my opinion. TD says Joe Judge has not won a preseason game since August 22nd, 2019 with the New England Patriots. He also says Caden Smith is the future tight end in this organization. I don't hate Ingram, but I honestly think Smith fits the system better with Jones, better than Ingram. I definitely agree with you. They should get him more involved in the offense and not just the crazy out routes and then first downs, more downfield action. That's what Pat Shurmur did towards the end of the season in 2019. One of the things I can actually agree with him on.
To me, if I was the offensive coordinator, I do like every once in a while the no huddle offense. Does Daniel Jones thrive in that?
I mean,
does he thrive with the rollouts?
In what?
Rollouts.
Oh,
play action,
yeah. You saw that one play to Ingram yesterday. That was like 15 yards.
Yeah, I did see that.
Yeah, there was also another play towards the end.
Pre-snap motion.
Yeah, and there was also that one play where Ingram missed the end zone by a hair. Luke, I remember you probably saw it. He missed the end zone by a hair. There was, once again, we'll see what happens week 1. I really want to stretch this playbook. And something which could be a fact. With the Giants having Saquon Barkley healthy for week 1 potentially and the weapons, you're not going to see any more 7 to 8 man boxes. You're not, because it's not, the Giants will have wide receivers, so we're going to stack the box and stop Saquon, because that's how you figure out Saquon Barkley. But if your offense is creative, if you have Daniel Jones and everybody else, hey, it works.
And Bad Dog was mentioning this yesterday, Alex. You should utilize the running backs more in, passing game a little more.
Yeah, I like Saquon for that. I'll keep the backup running backs to what they do. Brightwell was okay too. I want to get to 3 more comments, then I want to shift Luka to the Jets, and then any other stuff we have to cover as well, because I don't want to spend too much time on the Giants. I want to talk about the NFL in general as well. TD says Smith is only like 24 years old. His best days are ahead of him, and there's so much potential. MH says keep rolling out DJ. It's sexy. DJ looks comfortable when he's moving out of the pocket. Giants should run more pitch plays, especially when Saquon comes back. Absolutely. TD says everyone was talking about the DJ interception, but nobody was talking about how we win that game if Graham Gano, the man who was like 31 or 32 field goals last year, missed that one field goal. I mean, I was a little heated, and Luka told me to calm down. I'm not going to take that interception too much to heart because he had a solid game other than maybe one other throw that should have been a pick. He had a solid game. He was 17 for 22. That's like 78, 75% completion. 77% completion. So it's not bad statistically. It's just the way, he played with that interception, the way the offense is built. But definitely with that field goal. Yeah, definitely with that field goal. That he missed the field goal, which wasn't in good. I honestly think that field goal was missed because they hurried up the snap so much. Like I remember seeing against the Cardinals back in 2019, they hurried up the snap and Aldrich Rosas misses it wide right. Graham Gano like that there. But, in terms of the offense, obviously we have a lot to see, a lot of reasons for optimism and causes for concern. And then with the defense, going to be top 10, top 5, my personal opinion. Luka, you want to go in the Jets? Then I really want to, go into the NFL. Sean has his Steelers and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Let me just go in my 5th. So far,
we didn't do? We never ranked our backup QBs.
Shit, that's right.
You're right.
I don't know why I keep forgetting that.
Just want to update Josh Johnson was cut, so
Rip.
Yeah.
Rip.
Although I heard he didn't look too bad the other
he
night.
was fine on Friday.
I actually heard he
but-
looked pretty good.
I'll
Well,
discuss that when I get into the NFL takeaways and shit like that, but let's go into the backup QB. Alex,
Okay, so
there was what's his name? TD
Glennon?
put out a tweet, something sampling that.
Let me.
It was
I
like
should
Lennon
mention
LaWork.
Kluber is struggling right now. I don't know how much longer they're going to keep him in.
So, I say we go second teamers and then third teamers, or third teamers and second teamers. Don't mix them.
Yeah.
Second and
Well,
third.
we're gonna. I guess with the Steelers, we're gonna assume it's gonna be Haskins,
Yeah.
even though considering how bad he played the other night.
Mhm.
So it would be Glennon, Haskins, and then Luka. Is it gonna be White or Morgan?
White's our QB2.
I could agree with that.
Yeah.
Luca.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, and then third string, it's, in my opinion, well, now it's Morgan. So it'd probably be Dobbs more. I don't know, because Morgan and LaWork never had a preseason until this year.
Yeah, that's hard to
So-
say. I mean, Morgan looked pretty good though on Friday.
I mean, there's a few there's a good couple throws he made that were like solid,
Yeah.
including the Hail Mary and including the fastball touchdown to Yeboah. But some of the he should have been picked at least 3 times.
Yeah. Oh my God, we're losing. Grand slam. 5-2.
Let's try to brighten ourselves with more NFL.
I can't even do that because Steelers. They didn't. Okay,
They didn't play well.
they did not. But again,
yes,
I said it.
appreciate
I'll get more into that in a minute. But to finish with the ranks,
It'd be Dobbs.
what about Rudolph though?
Rudolph.
We're forgetting about Rudolph. Rudolph is ahead of Dobbs.
Yeah.
Rudolph's already Rudolph. Okay, so Rudolph is in the same position Dobbs would be. Then
Dobbs was pretty much the underdog going into the preseason.
so it
It
would
was
be,
for the Haskins at 2. They haven't actually said who won it, but I'm assuming Haskins had a better preseason. So Haskins, Rudolph, Dobbs, which I have a feeling Dobbs is going to get cut by tomorrow.
Yeah. So what was I going to say? In terms of that, I would go Dobbs, Rudolph, Morgan, LaWork, because I think A, Morgan got more playing time, B, he's been in the system for a full year. So,
Yeah.
even though it's 2
With
systems.
QB2s, though, let me ask you this, Alex. Since I guess we really can't say Mike White's in the conversation, who would you rather have? Dwayne Haskins as of right now or Mike Glennon? I personally
don't think that. Well, obviously, Glennon has deep ball potential, but he overthrows a lot of people. And then with Haskins, he's not fully
within the Steelers, system yet. Like he's only had 4 games.
So for right now, just by a little bit, I would say Glennon. It's not that much, though.
It's hard. The only problem I have with Glennon, he's been in the league so long.
Yeah.
We're trying to build Haskins to possibly be our future QB. So there's obviously a lot of work to do there. I would take Glennon for the experience, but I think I'd rather have Haskins for more of a long run situation.
Oh, of
And
course.
for talent,
Long-term.
I would take
benefit.
Haskins over Glennon, but Glennon I think is good for experience. He's good for the mentoring, like with Daniel Jones. So as far as QB4s, obviously Luka doesn't have one anymore. I don't think you guys do either. So I win that argument because Dobbs is the only one.
Going back to MH's comment about MLB real quickly before we jump back on the NFL train, he asked, "Will Mets fans ever forgive the 3 guys with the thumbs
I
down?"
hope not.
I'm going to say they will, but it's going to take them time.
I hope they don't, though. I'm sorry. The problem with Yankees and Mets fans is they're very bipolar. Like everybody's on the Yankee World Series train. Although now that we're losing, now our season's probably over again. So, I think Alex is right. But if I were a Met fan, I would not. I absolutely would not forgive them. The only way you make me forget, the only way that I even consider it is if they win the World Series.
Yeah, definitely.
My opinion.
Definitely. What was I going to say? T says, I honestly tried listening to backups as a package. Like, who would you feel comfortable as a duo on your bench rather than their number if their number was being called? So there'll be 3 for you, but let's assume Dobbs was cut. It'd be Haskins, Rudolph, Glennon, Lewerk, and then White and Morgan. So I probably would place the Steelers, Giants, Jets.
Yeah, I could get
That's
behind
fair.
that. I think that the biggest thing with putting the Steelers ahead of the both is all those QBs that you named have started in an NFL game.
Yeah.
So they know the situation better than pretty much, aside from Glenn and everybody.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, Mike White, he's been in the preseason a while, but he hasn't played in a regular season game.
Yeah.
So
MH says Sean give the Angels some credit. TD also says, listen, you guys are coming off a 13-game win streak. I would go nuts. I would go nuts if the Mets went on a 4-game winning streak.
I would too.
MH says Kluber went from no-hitter tease to a grand slam.
Yeah.
TD says, sure, Sean wins the QB4 argument with Dobbs, but he'll be QB0 tomorrow.
Yeah. he'll be fighting for the free agency job, the starting job for the free agency team.
Yeah. TD says, any UDFAs you're rooting for to make this team? For the Giants, I could pick out maybe 2 or 3. Raymond Johnson and David Moe on the defensive line, definitely. Lewerk with the twerk, entertainer. Of course, Chris would say that. I think that's it in terms of the players I'm rooting for.
It's hard to say. Steelers really didn't have any UDFAs that like shot out of nowhere. I don't think it really. I mean, I don't think there's. I mean, I don't think I have it. Luke, I don't know about you, but I don't have any for Pittsburgh. I don't know if you have any for the
probably
Jets.
say Hamilcar Rashid.
I'm gonna look this over a minute because nothing's really popping at the top of my head.
He's a car.
Yeah, Hamilcar Rashid also sacked your QB, Alex.
Yeah, that is true.
No, he sacked Mike Glennon. Okay, he's not our QB.
He sacked Daniel Jones anyway, so.
Okay.
Yeah, I honestly don't really have any.
Yeah. Let's go into the Jets subject. Obviously, I'll let Luca talk about it, Steelers, and then we obviously go into a whole.
We'll go to the rest of the league.
Yeah.
Are we going to go through every single game, or are we just going to highlight?
Honestly, I think we'll do some takeaways because that's going to be easier.
I say
Yeah.
takeaways from the most important games, like
Yeah, or even if it was just simple takeaways from each game. Like it doesn't have to be much. Like if it's like 3 takeaways you have from the Battle of Maryland, I guess.
Yeah.
I think that's.
Did you see how freaking Washington got shellacked?
Yeah, I did. Tyler Huntley, man,
4 touchdowns.
he was interesting.
Again, we'll get to that later. So
Yeah. So what we could do is Jets thing. I'll get into the Steelers for our
so far,
season
the Jets-
previews.
So for the Jets, 4 p.m. deadline tomorrow, obviously for 53 players. Jets have cut cornerback Lamar Jackson, Lawrence, wide receiver Lawrence Cager, safety JT Hassel, offensive lineman Corey Levin, defensive lineman Aaron Ado, and defensive lineman Jeremiah Balawaga. They also cut Josh Johnson. I'm not a fan of that, honestly, because number one, he had experience and he also played well Friday. I don't trust the backup QBs in the Jets room right now. Obviously, you have Zach Wilson as the starter, but you also have James Morgan and Mike White behind you who don't have much experience, if any experience at all. Now,
Real quickly,
go ahead.
I hate to interrupt, but MH says green name's nice. So I'll do the yellow for the Steelers. I think I'll do that.
Yeah, or black. It don't matter.
So somebody suggested Nick Mullins as QB2. I'm okay with this option. I don't feel great about it. I guess he's like okay. It's not a great option, as I said. I think I would prefer. I don't know if it seemed crazy for me to say I prefer Josh Johnson over, Nick Foles. Not Nick Foles, excuse me, Nick Mullins. And now people are saying, what if the Jets trade for Nick Foles? I think that'd be a pretty expensive trade. What would you guys think?
Yeah, just a little.
I don't think it'd be worth it because he's worth so much money.
Yeah, I don't think it's beneficial in any way because A, that's an expensive contract, and B, it's you're not going to use them, so it pretty much just ties back into the contract. Jets should pick up Blake Bortles as a solid veteran
I
to
wouldn't
give
mind
Wilson.
that.
That's not a terrible idea, honestly. The
No,
only
it's
problem
not.
you have is what do you do with Mike White and Morgan? You can't cut Morgan because he literally is just starting.
Well, you can, but he'll go on the practice squad. I don't know that
Yeah.
anybody would want
But
him.
they also, Alex, you can all if you put him on the practice squad, you're going to risk losing him. But I don't.
Yeah,
care.
exactly.
I just cut more. Do away with both of them. I really don't care. I just
Wow.
want one experienced backup quarterback in that room.
Shout outs to Benny in the chat.
What's up, Benny? So somebody says, so you have joined me on the Mike White QB2 train. The fuck you would suggest Mike White is QB2? I have no idea. Somebody says you just said you wanted Nick Mullins as QB2. So I'm going to show you the little discussion that's going on here. I don't know.
Yeah, Alex, you never showed your argument from
We could get that towards the
Patriots
end.
fan. Okay.
I do want to prioritize.
Well, I mean, when we go through the games, I guess if you want to show it.
Let me just zoom up here. Yeah, Nick Mullins is QB2. I'd be okay with that. Not a great option, but he knows the Michael LaFleur system, which is kind of close to what his brother in Green Bay is running. So there's a whole discussion down here about the Mike White QB2 train. I don't believe in it, really. You need that experience backup to show Wilson the way. Because God forbid he goes down with an injury. Do Jets fans really want to see the product of Mike White or James Morgan on the field? Forget winning's sake, just keeping yourself in the game. And I don't think Jets fans will be willing to go through that.
It almost reminds me. This is gonna be a terrible comparison, but it's almost like if Bryce Petty got hurt, you had to rely on Christian Hackenberg. It kind of sounds like that. Only of a lesser quality.
Yeah.
You got a point.
Gotta be like you could insert Sam Darnold in that argument. It would make a lot more sense.
Yeah. So, Chad Forbes on Twitter says that Sam Darnold should not be the answer for Carolina. Based on
they
what
traded
I think
for him.
Preseason. Yeah, you traded a couple of picks for him. So why would you trade him, or why would you even trade for Watson anyway? I got a quick pointer, non NFL pointer. Daily News wrote an article saying MLB coaches all wear their jerseys, except the Yankees.
Oh, who gives a freaking right?
What? Okay. I mean, he wears a hoodie over it, but okay, all right, whatever. Let's focus on things that are not important.
Yep, so I'm going to go into my 53-man roster predictions.
If you guys haven't seen already from me, I already have a video on 53-man roster predictions out.
Alex, I shared it.
Not going to lie, before I share this, I'm going to save MH's question because it's really entertaining.
Okay, so QB room, Zach Wilson, obviously. Josh Johnson was cut, so I'm going to put an X to that because I failed at that prediction. I thought he was going to get – I mean, it was more of a want thing for me because you need that, as I said how many times already, you need that veteran quarterback in that room. So I'm going to put an X next to that. And for me, you got Ty Johnson, Tevin Coleman, Michael Carter, and LaMichael Pirine. Ty Johnson's the clear number one running back. He showed out in preseason a lot, as Mike LaFleur did a nice job of calling the run game and helping out the running backs, coach Zach Wilson a little bit, which helps the offense. You want to be two-dimensional. You can't be one-dimensional like the Giants. But anyway, just a little joke there. I think I want Josh Adams to make the roster. I just don't think it's going to happen for a former Notre Dame product, undrafted. The Eagles picked him up in 2018. Jets picked him off waivers from 2019. I thought Adams had a nice – he only played in one preseason game, I believe it was against the Eagles. He showed a lot of flash, has a lot of burst, but I just don't think he's going to make the roster. You got fullback Trayvon Wesco, pretty obvious. Jets going to use him as a fullback, even though U Stadium, Joe Blewett, and another person were going at it, saying one person, U Stadium, saying Wesco's not a fullback. The Jets really need to find a natural fullback. I disagree. I thought Wesco played fine last season, and he could burst off for a big play once in a while. He's a solid blocker. He's okay. Wide receiver room, you got Corey Davis, Jamison Crowder, Elijah Moore, Denzel Mims. Kalen Cole, Braxton Berrios, and Vincent Smith, with wide receivers Lawrence Cager and Jeff Smith and DJ Montgomery on the practice squad. That I think that's pretty cut and dry. For the tight end room, I think the Jets could use the waiver wire to maybe upgrade it because Tyler Croft, Chris Herndon, and Ryan Griffin are not the best solutions. That tight end position is probably below average. I mean, if Chris Herndon was his 2018 self, that covers the cost for it, I guess. But I think the Jets need to go after a tight end in the waiver wire. Someone who I do want in the waiver wire would be Zach Ertz. That's if the Eagles cut him. And Alex is going to look me dead in the eyes.
They're not cutting him. They want something for him. So,
how much did you check out? How much they wanted?
The Eagles are not that stupid yet.
Yet.
By
By the way, speaking about the Eagles, Deshaun Watson does not want to go there. He said he will not lift his no trade clause for Philly, which I think is hilarious.
I think it's funny.
It makes sense.
Luca, when you go to your corner spot, this is probably cut and clear already, but he asks TDS, is Bryce Hall your automatic quarterback one?
All right. I'll get to that in a sec. So, offensive line, you got Morgan Moses. He hasn't had the greatest camp, even though the Jets signed him to a 1-2-year deal. He's having trouble fitting into that system, which some players do. It happens. Mekhi Becton's also had a so-so camp. He's obviously going to line up left tackle. George Fant looks like the favorite to be the right tackle for the Jets. McDermott and Adoga are depth guys. No need to worry about that. Connor McGovern has had a solid camp, fitting back into the system alike to what he was in Denver. Greg Van Roten has had a solid camp. So has AVT. Dan Feeney's had a terrible camp, but I don't think the Jets cut him because he is owed $3 million in guaranteed money. Plus, he's one of those glue guys, I believe. Now we get to the defensive side of the ball. So, you got John Franklin Myers, Bryce Huff, Shaq Lawson, who we acquired in trade for a 6th-round pick. I thought it was a solid trade. Ronald Blair's injured, Jabari Zuniga and Kyle Phillips, who I placed on IR, hence the parentheses IR. Ronald Blair's injured. Shaq Lawson was acquired in a trade. I don't think he fits the gaping hole of Carl Lawson, but he does take pressure off of Quinn Williams, a Sheldon Rankins, and whoever you line up the other DE spot. He's going to give you at least 4 to 6 sacks. I hope he's a good pickup. So far I like it. Anyway, to the defensive line we go. We got Quinn Williams, obviously, Sheldon Rankins, your 2 starting defensive linemen, Foley Fatukasi and Nathan Shepard backing him up. Fatukasi had a nice game on Friday against the Eagles. Shepard did not. Wasn't penetrating enough, wasn't setting the edge. I don't think he's going to be cut, but if he does indeed get cut, it wouldn't surprise me. Anyway, to the linebacker position we go. A little position of a concern for me. You have CJ Mosley, who's going to start at the Mike linebacker position. You have Blake Cashman. We don't know who the opposite starters, because this is a 4-3 system. You have 4 defensive linemen and 3 linebackers. Mosley's obviously the Mike. You got Cashman, Nasruddin, Davis on IR, Sherwood, and Dawkins. Dawkins is going to be that special teams kind of guy, but I think it's going to be Nasruddin and Sherwood alongside Mosley, and I think there will be growing pains there. Sherwood is a excellent tackler, but he did not show that on Friday night. He did struggle quite a bit with the tackling because he's not going to get away with those angles he took in college. So to answer TD's question, Bryce Hall is undoubtedly the number 1 cornerback. The Jets going full youth movement, which I agree with. I mean, it would be nice to have a veteran corner, but they want to teach these guys. They want to make these guys better. Then you got Bless Austin, Michael Carter, Javelin Guidry, who's at a nice camp. Michael Carter and Javelin Guidry, both nickel corners. Jason Pinnock, who is a 5th or 6th round corner. Justin Hardy, special teams corner. Great gunner, by the way. Brandon Eccles, another rookie who's had a solid camp himself. And we go to the safety position. LaMarcus Joyner, Marcus May, and Sherrod Niesman. Niesman's the backup. Joyner and May I feel very comfortable with that safety position. Ashton Davis, I threw on IR, or perhaps he's on PUP, I think. But anyway, special teams, you got Matt Amendola as the kicker. I feel confident in him for once. Once really the kicker position, I didn't feel confident all last year or the year prior. We've gone through a cycle of kickers since letting go of Jason Myers. Alex knows. Taylor Bertolette, Chandler Catanzaro, Kari Vedvik, who cost us the Bills game, but there's other reasons we lost. Anyway, Sergio Castillo, Sam Ficken, Chase McLaughlin for one game or two. But hopefully they find a diamond in the rough with this guy Amendola. You got the punter Brady Mann, long snapper Thomas Hennessy. Now, practice squad, these are my projections, Jimmy Murray, all these different guys. The reason I put the numbers in is because 16-man practice squad, but you can have an up to about 6 players.
I don't think it's 16-man this year. I think it's going to be 10.
Yes, it is.
It is.
They're carrying it over from last year.
It is.
Would you like to see the article?
I'll look it up myself.
Look it up yourself. But it's a 16-man practice squad. You can have up to 6 players with more than 2 paid seasons. That's hence why I put all these numbers down. Jimmy Murray, Corey Levin, Josh Adams, Jeff Smith, DJ Montgomery, Hamilcar Rasheed Jr., Grant Hermans, Lamar Jackson, James Morgan, Isaiah Dunn, Kenny Yeboah, Jonathan Marshall, Milo Eifler, David Moore, and Lawrence Cager. Obviously, we'll see more cuts tomorrow, but one of the things I did get wrong, Josh Johnson, cut. James Morgan has not yet been cut, but I'm not sure if I really expect him to, which is unfortunate. That's pretty much that in that regard. So those were my 53-man roster predictions.
I do have some news that might affect the Jets. I'm not going to put any opinion into this.
Okay.
Europe is suggesting that they put restrictions back on people coming on American tourists. So that might affect the London series this year. Not just a Jet game, but I know the Jets are heading out there.
Yeah.
So that is something that is interesting to keep an eye on. Now, is it a home game you guys are giving up, or is it a home game Atlanta's giving up?
It's an Atlanta game.
Okay, so you guys are still going on the road regardless. But again, it's just I know since we're talking Jets, I literally just saw that, and I know that's important. So I figured I'd let you know about that.
And the Texans have also cut Carson Green, who had a strong preseason. Obviously, the Texans being the Texans, and they're also, an NFL update, they are also looking to ship off any veteran on their team.
Tank mode.
That organization's such a shithole. It's not even funny.
Bro, I've seen Instagram comments where they talk about how many people decide to be Cowboys fans instead. Like, literally change teams. I can't even lie. Like, can you blame them? Like, I'll never support being a bandwagon, but can you really blame them?
No, I don't. Luca, what else you got? You're probably going to talk about the Eagle game?
Well, I thought we were going to do that later.
Well, I mean...
Well, it's a part of it's a start to the NFL takeaways kind of thing. So, NFL preseason takeaways, I'm going to start off with my game. Eagles and Jets tied 31-31. And just for jokes, I'm going to pull up the James Morgan Hail Mary.
It is so funny to see how the freaking...
Hey! Come on. Oh, the ball got away. Oh, the Yankees make a comeback. Let's go.
It's what was I going to say? It's funny to talk about how the
Eagles just utterly collapsed. And
yeah,
I think it was,
I for some reason I couldn't find the right wording, but freaking
they beat themselves. They
I've never seen a game
tried to win
where a tie felt like a win and loss scenario. Like the Eagles, that was a loss for them, and for the Jets, that was a win.
Yeah,
like it might not have affected the record, but that was we don't believe in moral victories, but that was a moral victory.
Yeah,
literally, there's no other way to look at that.
One of the key mistakes that I pointed out from the game is whoever got that fumble recovery, you take it back into the end zone. You're an idiot for doing that because you could just slide down. Your team kneels the game. Except you give the ball back to them, the 2-point conversion,
Well,
everything
I'll
happens.
get to that. I'll get to that.
Yeah.
So let's let's have this enter our memory again. The ultimate James Morgan Hail Mary. And you know what? Somebody said it on Twitter just to add. Kenny Bull probably got 6 guys cut because of this.
Oh, yeah. No, in Eagles logic, 6 guys just made the roster.
All right.
There you go.
This is clear enough. I like the quality. Drops out of the shotgun.
This is actually really good
Rolls
quality.
right. Deep ball.
I don't know what's with this preseason and Hail Marys.
Yeah, literally. Now, the thing I look at with this game, Philly gonna remember this, which makes that game later this year more intriguing. Not that anybody's gonna think about it, but I will because I pay attention to preseason matchups. No one else does because they're casuals.
We pay attention to preseason matchups.
Hey, we played Detroit again this year, so I looked at that game as an important game.
Alex, do you want me to add some? Do you want me to remark on some tweets that I bookmarked, or do you want to save that for afterwards? Because this is regarding cuts and all that stuff.
What do you say, Sean?
I say once we get through the games. I want to get through the games because remember,
Right.
I can't. I want me personally. If you guys keep going, that's fine. But I want to be off by 12 because I gotta be up early.
Yeah.
All right. Let's start the takeaways.
Yes, sir.
Start with Friday. I already got it up. So
All right.
we'll start with the first game.
Just to know, Luca has some notes except for the Steelers game.
I can give you some. There wasn't a whole lot to take away from it because it was a blowout. But first game, the Detroit Lions hosted the Indianapolis Colts in the final preseason game. Indianapolis made the short trip to Detroit, and the Colts defeated the Detroit Lions 27-17. I think this says Sam Ellinger got hurt, so
Yeah,
I
did.
believe that
Eason's
in pretty much if Wentz isn't back by week 1, he has secured that starting
He still
job.
looked fine. From what I saw of the game and just highlights-wise, he looked fine.
I should mention Indianapolis finished 3-0. Detroit 0-3. Goddamn
So now
Lions.
my takeaways from the game, as I saw, I've Alex, I included some film on this. Like I have some highlights that I clipped. So
Okay.
if you want me to show them too. So first off, Jacob Eason shows off once again. Good pocket awareness, solid accuracy, and good ball placement. 10 for 14 with 74 yards. Again, Sean says if Carson Wentz does not come back, Jacob Eason just earned that spot. Because Wentz is in COVID protocols.
Yeah.
So hopefully, let's hope for the best with Carson Wentz. But
Yeah.
Jacob Eason earned his keep. And then Kwity Paye also flashed with a strip sack of Tim Boyle, which led to the turnover. Eason and the offense did not score 7. So
Go. One run scored.
okay.
Judge drove in 1. It's now 5-4. Got a runner on third with 2 outs.
Let's see. Alex, can I share a video via Finder app? Like if I have something in Finder.
I think so, yeah.
All right, so recents. Here we go. Here's the Kwity Paye sack.
I think I saw that one, but obviously for everybody else's enjoyment.
We're going to see a 4-man rush. Paye coming off the edge. Hold on. Let me pull it back. Oh, I get control of this. So we see a 4-man rush. The Lions are going 4 wide. Running back in the backfield. And he just gets demolished. I think Sewell was on Alex. What's Sewell's
Sewell was
number?
on the right side.
Sewell's on the
Crosby was
right
on the left.
side. Let me just look up Kwity Paye's number real quick because that kind of confused me. All right,
Stanton, left center. Base hit. This game is tied.
So we got number 51 lined up on the left side. Kwity Paye. Again, 4-man rush. Just takes the ball right out of his hands. Good sack by Paye. I think he's going to be a bright spot for the Colts this year. And now to get into a piece of Jake Eason film. So I'm going to pull up my video file. Where is it? Here we go. Jacob Eason incomplete pass. We've got ourselves, they're lining up 4 wide, running back in the backfield, 4-man rush. Eason, feet are set, does everything right, but this pass is nearly picked off as it's thrown into double coverage. I would have liked for Eason to step up in the pocket. Didn't really have a lot of options. I think they were going zone here, but we'll see. Just one bad throw that could have been intercepted. That's the only bad throw I really saw from Eason. Alex, you can take it down.
Anything else in terms of that game?
I'm going to add a little more. So, Sam Ehlinger left the game with an injury. Brett Hundley got his first preseason snaps. He did, pedestrian. Bakusin did not play well and was beaten by Quintez Cephas for a touchdown. Sin's going to have to fight hard as he is behind Kenny Moore, Xavier Rhodes, and I'm forgetting one name.
TJ Carey.
TJ Carey on the depth chart. So let me pull up where he got beat. It's sad because I actually like Rockison coming out of the draft last year. Let me pull up my video file.
2-1 on Gallo right now against Steve Cishek. I thought Cishek was a real closer. Why the hell is he in now?
Well, by the way,
Swing
Luka
and miss.
Rockison was the 2019 draft. Did you pull up the video file?
2019 draft. Let me pull up the file again. I liked Rockison. Browser's having trouble sharing video. That's funny. Just fun.
Yeah.
Bad connection.
Nah, it can't be that. But anyway, we can put aside.
Yeah, what else is new? Gallo freaking strikes
You can
out.
put aside the film. Didn't play well. After 6th rounder Jamar Jefferson's performance, Lions fan favorite Craig Reynolds is not likely to make the team. Rashad Perriman was cut, so Geronimo Allison's roster spot is saved. One spot that is in doubt, even though they might have signed him recently, Detroit's Nickel Roby-Coleman. And it looks as though David Blow will back up Jared Goff as Tim Boyle left the game with an injury.
Makes sense. Anything else?
Not from that game.
Okay, so next
All right.
game.
Next game, the Pittsburgh Steelers make the 7-hour trip south to Charlotte to face the Carolina Panthers. I'll break this one down. They went to Charlotte. Carolina was able to earn their first win. Pittsburgh was handed their first loss in a 34-9 blowout. Sam Darnold and the starting offense was out for the entire first half, while the Steelers played mostly third stringers. There was no starters whatsoever. And Claypool, I think, was the closest, thing we got to a starter. It was already 17-0 at the end of the half. So at that point, it was all downhill for Pittsburgh. Haskins and Dobbs were the only two quarterbacks that played. Haskins, not a good game. 9 of 16 for 108 yards. 1 touchdown, 1 interception. Josh Dobbs, not much better. 6 of 11 for 35 yards. No touchdowns or interceptions. As far as the run game goes, Benny Snell, had the most yards, 8 carries, 28 yards. I don't know if that'll be enough to earn that running back 2 spot. I mean, he did outperform Samuels, Balaj. So I don't think they'll give. The only thing is Anthony McFarland. I personally think I'd rather have McFarland for his speed, but that's just me.
Over somebody like Balaj?
No, over the battle is really Snell and McFarland. Balaj, I know, is getting cut. I think he was just there for mentoring.
Right.
As far as defense goes, it was all third stringers, so it was really hard to take away anything for Pittsburgh in this one. As far as receiving goes, Ray McLeod had a nice game, 4 receptions for 61 yards. There was only closest to that was Samuels with 2 receptions, 20 yards. Nothing special. Fumbles, Haskins had 1. I'm reading that correctly. Brooks James had one. Matthew Sexton had one on a punt that eventually led to a Panthers touchdown. So turnovers were a key factor in the loss for that one. Now for the Panthers, it was a big game for them because Sam Darnold, the guy who should have went to Pittsburgh, he had a really good game. Him along with the rest of the starters, they had really nice games. Sam Darnold, 19 to 25 for 162 yards. I'm mostly going to focus on the starters here because that was really they were the guys that really won this game.
Right.
Spencer Brown was their leading receiver, 11 carries. Key running back. I'm sorry, I misread that. And we're losing again. That's just phenomenal. That didn't take long. Oh, of course, it's Heaney. That's why. Douchebag. Spencer Brown was their leading rusher, 11 carries, 57 yards, 1 touchdown. The other touchdown was from Will Greer, who was, in terms of rushing touchdowns, 3 carries for 22 yards. I keep saying receptions. Receivers had a nice game. DJ Moore, 6 receptions, 48 yards. Terrace Marshall Jr., 3 receptions, 43 yards, and a touchdown. Robbie Anderson, 2 receptions, 15 yards, and a touchdown. So all in all, the Panthers starters, they impressed. And I'm sure the Jets had to have been watching because that's important to see that the starters carry momentum like that. Obviously, there is a bye week, but to see how well they performed, it's something the Jets really should be looking at because the Jets, that's who their week 1 opponent is. And when the offense was clicking on all cylinders like that, now that's where you got to scout. Okay, they were succeeding at this, this, and this. We need to stop this, this, and this. So, trying to tie this into New York sports because I know this is mostly a New York program, or program, as the rednecks like to say. So, and for the Jets, that was that's important to watch. For the Steelers, it really didn't do much because in reality, we already had 3 preseason games up to that point. This one was more of a traditional preseason, as I've been calling it. So I didn't expect a whole lot. I expected a little bit of a better performance. I didn't expect a win. They were 4-point underdogs going into the game, so I really wasn't all that surprised. Actually, I remember correctly, the Jets were 5.5-point favorites. Giants were 3-point underdogs, which didn't make sense to me because the Giants were playing their starters. I don't think New England was, or were they?
New England was for a little bit.
Oh, they were? Okay. All right, that makes sense. But no, in terms of Pittsburgh, everybody's freaking out about Haskins now. It didn't help that his receivers dropped, I think, 5 passes. That doesn't help. That alone changes a lot of his stats. So it's not a game where I'm going to look at and think, oh, God, we're screwed for the future. Because it's one game. Haskins looked great the whole preseason. Obviously, there was no Najee Harris, so I can't really give you anything on him. One other thing to note, this is per Kevin Dotson. Now, this was at the press conference. Tomlin shot down any rumors, if you guys did see on Twitter. Per Kevin Dotson, he wasn't 1,000% sure who it was, but Minka Fitzpatrick and Chase Claypool had a fight today at practice. Whether it it was actually them two or not, you know what? Preseason's about fighting for jobs. So I don't get surprised when I see preseason fights, but to see 2 starters, 2 very big impact players, that's, I hope that doesn't lead to much. Thankfully, they don't play on the same side of the ball, so that creates less drama, I guess. But, again, this is all per sources. This could all be phony for all we know. But Kevin Dotson said that's who he thinks it was. If that's the case, hopefully, now that once the roster cutdowns are done, it'll all be behind them, and then they can focus on preparing for week 1. Now, one question I want to ask you guys, because that's pretty much all I got for the Steelers. since there's only 3 preseason games, some teams already did play their scrimmage, some didn't. Do you think once the roster cutdowns are done to fill in that void, if you were a coach, all right, this is how I'll ask this. If you were a coach, do you give the players the time off to heal and get ready? Or do you play an inter-squad scrimmage this off week to keep a normal flow at the preseason versus, risking any possible injury?
I would do, to be honest with you, I would do padded practices. I wouldn't do scrimmages because maybe obviously the 11-on-11, 7-on-7s, I would not do a scrimmage game because the possibility of players getting hurt the next week. I mean, injuries happen. We're all against playing some starters in the preseason. Or I should say we're all for playing starters in the preseason.
Yeah, I got something to add to that in a sec.
Yeah, but I just wouldn't go as far as doing scrimmages.
Luca, if you were a coach, would you use this week for a scrimmage or would you just use it as a rest week?
I'd use for a scrimmage.
You'd use for a scrimmage. Even though the Jets already had one, you'd still do one more?
I mean, if you're talking in the Jets case, I think you just do padded practices.
Yeah. Now, like I said, I know a lot of teams probably already have. I just wonder, with it's probably better to do it prior, before games get going. I think I would just, for the Steelers case, you don't need one because they had 4 preseason games. That's
right.
Normal. But I feel like if coaches were to do it, it'd be smarter to do it when people are fighting for roster spots before week 1. So I would probably use it as a rest week. I was just curious to see what you guys would think. Now, if there's one big I want to kind of wrap the preseason game takeaways with this. I think if there was one thing – all right, I'll do it like this. One thing that you loved about this preseason, one thing you hated. And I'll start with one thing I hated, and I think you guys will agree with me on this because Alex pretty much just alluded to it. There's one thing I hated about this preseason, lack of starters playing.
I agree with you.
Look, I get not getting your players hurt. I get that. I understand. But how can you get better? By sitting there watching. I'll give credit to the teams that did. Pittsburgh. Jets are pretty much an exception here because that's a rookie QB. Giants, they were smart. I honestly think I would have done it.
Green Bay was the complete opposite.
Green Bay didn't even touch. I don't think Seattle didn't play their starters. The Chargers did. Justin Herbert's still a young QB. You can't be resting him now. I can sort of get behind it if it's like a Bucs thing with Tom Brady. But even Tom Brady played this preseason twice.
Patrick
Mahomes played. I don't agree with not playing. You got to give him at least. I'm not saying you have to put him out for an entire half. I don't. No.
An entire game.
I would say at most a quarter. That's what I would do personally. That's me. If I were a coach, get them the game reps, get them the practice, this, that, whatever.
And,
but to not be playing. Like I said, maybe Aaron Rodgers, I guess you can kind of make an exception because he's been in the league a long time. But at the same time, you got to get yourself in game shape. You could be hitting the weight room every single day of the week, hitting practice every week. That's cool and all, but the only way you can really learn from the heart is being on the field in a physical game. Luca, what were you going to say? I know you. I think you wanted to add to it.
A podcast I was on, it's called the Jets Way Podcast. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he's taking a call at the moment. I don't know what he was about to say, but reading some comments, TD said Sean's questions like the scenario of getting Madden every bye week. And then TD says,
I will say this at the end before I go. I do want a quick Madden review because it's.
TD says, got to knock that off-season rust off of these guys. I definitely do agree with that.
What I was going to say was a podcast I was on a couple of months ago, almost a year ago, really. Jets Way Podcast tweeted on Friday, a reminder, preseason football is irrelevant, and the starters should never see a snap.
Who was it? There is a report. Oh, something. I forget her name. Something Bisciotti or something. Taylor. I don't remember her name. It was ESPN. or Fox Report. Some Bisciotti. I don't know how to say her name. I'm sorry if I'm butchering it. Even she said starters don't belong in preseason whatsoever. How are they meant to get better?
Bisciotti.
There you go. Thank you. She even said starters don't belong out there in a preseason game. It should be about building depth. How does that help you for the season, though?
How does that help you if your QB's getting hit constantly in the season? How does that help you in the preseason?
Yeah. People are mad because J.K. Dobbins went down with an injury, and we all hope he gets well soon. Hope to see him back on the field next year. Injuries are going to happen.
It's the game you're playing.
Whether you agree or disagree with putting him on the field or not, injuries are going to happen. That's just a part of the game. He could have got hurt in practice. Maybe he didn't play. Maybe he gets hurt in practice. Maybe he gets hurt 2 weeks down the line because he wasn't game ready. Lamar played. He got game ready. I don't blame the Ravens for putting their starters out. I don't. I really don't. The only thing I can complain about with putting starters in the final week is the final week should be meant, as it's always been, for the guys fighting for a job. Now, again, with the new preseason format, I get it's a little weird. We can all have our own opinion on it, but you can't. I'm not going to hate a team that put out the start. Even if a guy gets hurt, that's a part of the game. You just got to realize it. So, anyway, again, and someone said it best when I was just referring to that comment. Someone left in the comment section, people that have never stepped on the field before will never understand.
I could say that.
It's true. It is true.
And what was I going to say? This might be a reach of a comparison, but how come managers in baseball or coaches in basketball don't rest their starters in preseason? I know it's a strenuous kind of reach because NFL's or football in general is more of a violent sport, but look at basketball preseason. That's 4 games.
Yeah.
I didn't see Tibbs resting starters last year.
No. Well, with baseball,
it's like there's more games to spring training in baseball.
Baseball is all about timing. So I think that's the main reason for players in spring training. They have to get their time. For hitters, it's all about timing. For pitchers, it's about getting your mechanics back together.
Right.
Football's more of the same. You got to get your mechanics right. Throwing accuracy, footwork. We've never played on a football team, so we probably aren't the best example, but we know football players because we've been in the same room with a lot of them. Back in Jim Thorpe, when I'm in the weight room, I see all the football players there, staying off-season ready, mini practices, stuff like that, whatever. If you're not staying game ready, preseason's your best way to make up for it. So I don't know. It's that one comment said it best. Non-players will never understand, and they never will.
Real quickly,
go ahead.
Real quickly before Luca gets to the rest of the preseason takeaways and stuff, TD says, even when I played back in high school, those summer scrimmages before the real games were really important to put starters in, even if it was just a half before second team or JV,
Yeah, exactly. So that's how I look at it. Now, I actually completely forgot we were going through games again, so I'm sorry for sidetracking. The next game, I got to go back now because I have it on the Steeler game. I don't know if I'll be able to get through all of them, so I'll stick around for as many as I could. The next game, I don't know how much more you really want to dive into this. The Jets and the Eagles, that was a tie at MetLife. Luca pretty much went over that. If there's anything else anybody wants to add to that, I guess go ahead.
Just small takeaways.
If you want.
If you don't mind. I'll be quick.
Yeah.
So, again, I said Josh Adams must make the roster. The Jets had a good all-around run threat. Jeff Smith he's going to be coming end around threat, hopefully. Eagles defense continued to get torched by the run. I thought the time management from Nick Sirianni, even though his preseason wasn't great, it seemed like the Eagles were giving Jets constant chances to win the game. whether it's a guy not stepping out of bounds, whether it's a guy recovering a fumble and going to the end zone instead of kneeling it down, and the offense could just kneel the game out, or it could be Nick Sirianni electing to pass on third down instead of run, where in actuality the quarterback passed to a person on the side to the sideline route, but the guy ended up dropping it. So I never got that. I don't know, it's just a bad mentality to give your opponent constant chances. The Jets' defensive line couldn't stop the Philly rushing attack, lacked consistent pressure and penetration. Just don't have their starters, so I don't think much of it. Young secondary and linebacking core continue to face growing pains. Kenny Gainwell torched the Jets' defense, as I said. Andre Dillard showed promise, although Jordan Mailata looks like to be likely left tackle. And Travis Fulgham, once a thought of Eagle legend, is now roster spot in doubt.
Okay.
That's one way of looking at it. For me, I thought I liked the heart that the Jets showed with that comeback. But I think the key storyline out of that is just the way Philly beat themselves. Like, the Eagles should have easily won that game, and they didn't. How did Joe Flacco look, by the way? I didn't see the game. I heard he looked good. So he had 2 40-plus yard touchdown passes. So that's
Mullins wasn't too good.
that I knew. That part I did see.
He got cut after with the Minshew thing.
Yeah.
So,
next game. The heck?
probably an ad.
Yeah. Chiefs defeated the Minnesota Vikings 28-25. Chiefs finished the preseason 3-0, Vikings 0-3. This is the first undefeated preseason for the Chiefs since 2015. Anything with this one? Do you want me to just go through the games and then takeaways from – just because I want to try to get as many in as possible before I got to get off. Do you want me to just go through the games and then go back to the takeaways, or do you want me to just keep going like this?
I think I'm going to take I wrote some takeaways, but I'm going to take the most important ones.
All right. Like I said, I want to get through as much as possible. I'm sorry.
I agree.
I wasn't expecting to have an online class until I got the email yesterday. That's why I wasn't even going to go to campus tomorrow, but I got an email saying that I have one, so I don't have a choice now.
Things I took away from this game, which I'm not going to lie, I took some from Vikings content creators. Kirk Cousins looks out of sync with his receivers, and the first-team offensive line looked bad.
Yeah.
Plus, Clint Kubiak's play calling was questionable at times. Kellen Mond had a solid game, looked more aware in the pocket and used his legs, even though he threw one bad interception. First-team defense struggled against Travis Kelce and Tyreek Hill, and Breeland was beat on one-on-one coverage with no safety help whatsoever.
Yeah.
All right,
that's not good. That is not good. Next game, Josh Allen looked like he was in mid-season form after this one as the Bills shut out the Green Bay Packers 19-0. Bills finished 3-0. Packers finished 0-3 after failing to play any starters this preseason. Well, I shouldn't say that. I'm sure there was probably a few, but for the most part, did not play their starting unit once. Josh Allen went 20-26 for 194 yards, 2 touchdowns, and a 122.9 passer rating. Luka?
I only had 2 takeaways from this game, really. First off, Jordan Love had a mixed game. 12 of 18, 149 yards and interception. One really bad interception in which he threw off his back foot right into traffic. I think it was double or triple coverage. Keep in mind, this was the Green Bay 2s versus the Bills 1s. But he did move the ball well, considering that Green Bay didn't score any points. But he finishes the preseason 24 of 35, 271 yards, touchdown, interception, 89.1 passer rating, and also Buffalo played their starters, and they looked really good.
Yes, they did. We move on to the Battle of Maryland, where the Baltimore Ravens demolished their cross-state rivals 37-3. Ravens finished the preseason 3-0, keeping their winning streak alive at 20 straight preseason games. They have not lost a preseason game since 2015, which ironically I believe it was against that same Washington team. Remember the game when the Ravens and the Redskins got into a really bad fight?
Yep.
I remember
Yep, I believe that was the game. And Washington finished his preseason 1-2. I don't believe they played any starters in this game.
Out of Washington or
Washington.
they played Montez and Kyle Allen, so no starters.
All right,
Okay.
things I took away from this game. Scott Turner's play calling was deemed questionable. Kyle Allen did not look great, and some people believe he cannot be the quarterback two over Heineke. I don't know. That's like comparing fucking, I don't know, just two marginal bad quarterbacks. Anyway, Antonio Gandy Golden had a solid showing, but one thing we did talk about, I think we talked about it before, Dustin Hopkins was not great again.
Nope.
1 for 2. He
Yeah.
continues to struggle, and he continues to be a liability. Tyler Huntley exploded for 285 passing yards with 4 touchdowns. Baltimore's receivers bullied roster bubble player Troy Apke, and James Prochet and Benjamin Victor both shined.
Yeah. Tyler Huntley, too, like I said, Tyler Huntley balled out. That's the biggest thing I look at this game. Huntley he looked amazing. So he definitely won that QB2 job. Next game, I actually caught a little bit of this game. The Bears went down to Tennessee and defeated the Titans 27-24. Both teams finished 2-1. Justin Fields, okay. This one was an upgrade from last week. 7-10, 54 yards, a touchdown, and 116.2 passer rating. My question is, how do you still start Andy Dalton?
You can't.
I don't think they should, and I don't understand why they will.
I guess they're doing it for purposes of winning because I don't want to sound like an idiot, but Dalton gives you the best chance to win.
Yeah, no, I understand because he's a veteran.
Justin Fields, honestly.
Yeah, he's a veteran, so I get it.
So things I took away from this game, Nick Foles' trade value is going up.
Yeah.
Had a solid performance, 10 of 13, 142 yards and 2 touchdowns. Looked sharp in his throws and read his reads cleanly. Justin Fields had a solid performance given the circumstances because 7 of 10, 54 yards, touchdown, 2 rushes, 13 yards, led offense down the field for a touchdown in the final drive of the half. First half really flourished in the 2-minute drill. In regards to Justin Fields only having that much yards, Bears starting offensive line was struggled and was sluggish, struggled in the run game, gave up an early sack to Fields. Interior felt most of the struggles. Fields felt the lack of clean pocket, which leads to more checkdowns, less yards, and more short routes called by Matt Nagy. Bears fans called into question. And Jesper Horsted, an undrafted free agent from 2019, makes his last second impression on a bid for a final roster spot. 5 catches, 104 yards, 3 touchdowns.
Nice.
All right, next game. Unfortunately, we could not get the greatest storyline of the year. The Texans could not go undefeated against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, which is honestly the saddest story of the year. The Buccaneers went to Houston. Brady started, so I guess they wanted to do everything they could to prevent it. Brady goes in, leaves with the dub. Houston hangs their head, but they finished 2-1. So at least they could say they went above 500 and something this year.
Yes.
Tampa Bay finished 1-2. Chris Godwin had himself a nice game. 3 targets, 3 receptions, 84 yards, and a touchdown.
Why is he even playing is my question.
They had all their starters play. They didn't play last week, but they played this week. They played him week 1, not week 2.
A lot of teams did that.
Yeah, played him week 1, not week 2. Played him week 3. It was weird.
So takeaways from this game, Kyle Trask had a solid performance, his most impressive batting of the preseason, 12 of 14, 146 yards, and a touchdown. D. Delaney, cornerback for the Bucs, showed out in his last-ditch battle for a roster spot, 6 tackles, 3 breakups, and 2 interceptions. Joe Tryon also had a nice game, but Davis Mills struggled for the Houston Texans. And to note, regarding the Houston Texans, they are expecting Deshaun Watson to be on the roster, but he will be inactive every week.
Yeah.
That will cost the Texans $10 million.
Yeah, I did see that. They say Miami's the front runner now, so talk about
please.
God.
I don't want Deshaun Watson in my division.
Yeah. Got rid of Brady. Now you're stuck with him and Allen. Okay, the next game, the Denver Broncos completed the undefeated preseason by defeating the LA Rams 17-12. Cam Sutton, Cortland Sutton, right? I don't remember. First receiving touchdown since week 13 of 2019. Biggest thing I look at, the Rams. Matthew Stafford just came to LA, and they didn't play him once this preseason. How is he meant to get better?
Real quickly, and I know we need to move fast on this, obviously, because Sean's got to go and what.
I got 12 minutes.
All right. I don't understand why Sam Darnold didn't play till week 3. I don't understand why Stafford didn't play. They're a new system.
It doesn't make sense. Like, I could maybe understand for a veteran QB that's been in the same place for 10 years, but Stafford just came to LA. How's he meant to get better from sitting on the sideline? It doesn't make any sense.
Because everybody, coach is so scared. They don't want injuries, but they're stupid and they're so naive that this is a game of injuries.
Yeah, you're scared of injuries, but you won't play them now. So I guess I question fatigue, especially in a longer season.
I'll be honest, I didn't post any takeaways from this game. Although Brett Ripien, who ended Sam Darnold's career as a Jet, beating him, he got cut, and so did who was the Kendall Hinton, who played quarterback for the Broncos last season.
Yeah,
got cut.
7-5 Angels.
That's what I could take.
I love losing to Anaheim. Makes me so happy. Anything else from that game?
Nope.
Okay, the next game, the Battle of Morons, because neither team will play any of their starters at all this preseason. The Seahawks shut out the LA Chargers 27-0. This is the most points Seattle has scored in a preseason game since 2017. Both teams finished the preseason 1-2.
Didn't really take much away from this game. Starters are not playing, so what's the point?
Geno Smith played, though. Yeah, you had to enjoy it. Geno Smith played. I don't know how he did, but I know he played. He must have played good if it was 27-0, unless it was all Mannion who did it.
It was both Mannion and Smith.
There you go.
It looked like they had a solid
didn't
amount of
Magoo
reps.
play? Didn't Magoo play?
No. It was just Geno and Mannion.
You know who did look good, though? Alex Collins.
Yes, he did.
He did look good. So we move into Sunday, the final day of the preseason. Oh, I should add, considering this game was scheduled for Saturday, unfortunately, due to Hurricane Ida, the Cardinals and the Saints got canceled. Unfortunately, they couldn't reschedule or relocate, which that's what I would have done. I would have just relocated, but it's not the first time this has happened. We hope all is well. All our prayers are going towards New Orleans and the rest of the Southeast. We hope everybody makes it out safe and okay. So like I said, as far as the Cardinals and Saints, that both will finish 1-1. I don't, like I said, we know the Saints, they're training out in Dallas right now. So I wonder how that lack of a game is going to hurt them. I guess we'll have to find out in the long run. I know both starters did play at least at some point in this preseason, so I think they were at more of an advantage than the teams that had 3 games that didn't even play 1. So, anyway, now we'll move to Sunday. The Jacksonville Jaguars marched into Dallas, and they walked, and I mean walked all over the Cowboys. Lawrence looked really good as they defeated Dallas 34-14. The Jaguars finished the preseason 1-2. The Dallas Cowboys 0-4. The Jaguars, this is the most preseason points they put up in the preseason since 2000. This Dallas did not look good whatsoever. No Dak, obviously, but wow, Jacksonville they did what they were supposed to do in 2018 when they went to Dallas. Remember, they were supposed to blow out the Cowboys. It said it was the other way around. Well, Jacksonville finally got their revenge. Luka?
So, some takeaways from this game. Trevor Lawrence had his best game of the preseason, opening up hopes for Jacksonville fans. Jake Luton had a good game. So did Devine Ozigbo. And I got to ask you guys a question. Was it a waste for Gardner Minshew to be playing over Trevor Lawrence just to get traded?
I guess, I don't know. I mean, I guess if it builds up value, I can sort of
Yeah.
see why they did it. But in terms of developing Trevor Lawrence, no, it was stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anything else?
That's all I take away from that game.
All right, next game ended in a miracle, the most Bengal way possible, on a Hail Mary to end the game on a 4th and 15. Sinnott, wait, his name is Reed, correct?
Reed
Sinnott. Okay, I watched most of that game. I was like in and out between that and the Niner game. The Dolphins win in a miraculous Hail Mary, 29-26. Dolphins finished the preseason 2-1. Bengals finished 1-2. Now, we did see Joe Burrow for 3 snaps, and that's it.
Jamar Chase dropped one of the passes.
And yes, there you go. So, Burrow got a standing ovation. Well deserved. Unfortunately, he's stuck behind that O-line. So, that's
called an O-line.
Yeah, exactly. So, Luka, let's take it over. But I know, like I said, it was a fun game to watch. I won't lie. That was probably game of the week because it was back and forth.
Yeah.
All the whole way. If there was a winner in that Jet game, then I would have said the Jet game. But there was no winner, so I can't call a tie the game of the week, unfortunately.
Yeah, I agree with you. Reed Sinnott obviously looked good. Actually threw for over 300 passing yards. But there's not really much to take out of this game except it was fun.
Yeah, this was a fun game. The next game, the former Battle of the Bay, although Raiders fans did show up in full force, and I do give credit to them. Raiders walk into Santa Clara, back to the Bay for the first time since they left, only to fall to the San Francisco 49ers, 34-10. Both teams finished 2-1. Biggest takeaway for me, I didn't hear of anything dangerous going on, which is a successful thing because, as you know, as we mentioned in the last stream, these teams were banned from playing each other in the preseason after an incident in 2011 where the entire stadium was fighting each other. Even a couple of shootings were reported. So, thankfully, everyone seemed to have just relaxed, enjoyed the game, more so for the Niners, but that's my thing. Thank God everybody was safe. As far as I've heard, I don't know if I hear anything, we'll obviously update you in the near future, but there you go.
The only thing I took from this game was the cringy call from the 49ers broadcast.
Oh, I thought that was funny.
The Raiders are one of those teams, though, that have not played the starters in the preseason.
No, Peterman literally played. Peterman played every single snap. So Marcus Mariota, the new guy, got 0 snaps. You didn't see Derek Carr, so I don't feel bad for the Raiders in that aspect. Alex, if you have any takeaways on this, we'll obviously let you take them. Yes.
Nothing too big. The final score was 22-20. Obviously, Mike Glennon had that final touchdown. He looked okay. Backup quarterback. You're not expecting much. Mac Jones looked decent. The running game couldn't be stopped. In terms of the second team, Ramondre Stevenson and J.J. Taylor had a good game. In terms of the Giants' defense, they looked like a top 10, top 5 defense in the first half. A lot more blitzes on third down and stuff they couldn't do last year. Blake Martinez with a great interception. Gave up 6 points to the New England offense the first half. Unfortunately, the lack of offense in the first half kind of made its way over the second half. But, there's going to be a lot of guys cut tomorrow, so we'll see who those guys are.
Luka, you have anything else to add?
Nothing really to take except the Giants' offensive line struggling.
Yeah. I can tell Luka's enjoying that. He said that a lot.
I mean, I think the Jets' offensive line is better than the Giants.
We'll see week 1, asshole.
Well, remember, Jets did beat the Giants. So, in the final game of the preseason, the most boring game I think we had all week, the Cleveland Browns went to Atlanta. I believe I don't remember. Did Atlanta play their starters?
Kyle Pitts played, but I don't know that anyone else.
I don't think Brian played. Rosen did play, fighting for that QB2 spot. The Browns, the Browns did, however, play starters. They won that game 19-0. Cleveland finished 3-0. Atlanta 0-3. Cleveland has allowed fewer than 20 points in 15 straight preseason games. And the Falcons, here's the best storyline of the week. The Falcons have now lost 15 of their last 16 preseason games.
Ooh,
and
they just looked horrible.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
They did not look good. So that is a full wrap on the 2021 preseason game recaps. Can't believe, and there's no football this week.
Unfortunately.
Here, real quickly, I'm gonna sneak this in really fast because it's 58. We did have college football this week, so I just want to give you the 5 scores.
I just do want to sneak in a minor thing, some impressive stats from the rookies and undrafted.
Yeah, no, I just want to get this in before I go.
All right.
So, I'll stick around for like another 10 minutes or so. So I'll give it till about 12:10.
All right.
I got
okay.
an NFL trade update. So
All right.
the Chiefs are trading offensive lineman Yasir Durant to the Patriots for a 7th-round pick in 2022.
I did see that.
Move.
So here were your 5 college games to kick off the 2021 college football season. Illinois hosted Nebraska and embarrassed them for the 2nd straight year and won that one 30-22. UConn made the trip out west to Fresno State and lost 45-0. Now here's something interesting from this game. I saw it on CBS Sports. I don't know if you guys did. They actually, because it was so hot out, that they had spare cleats on the sideline in case the players' cleats melted. I'm dead serious. I kid you not. They had spare cleats on the sideline in case your cleats melted.
That's fucking
weird. Aside from the whole high school football thing story, that was the other craziest storyline that came out of this weekend. Was cleats melting possibility. UCLA, the Chip Kelly run UCLA Bruins defeated the Hawaii. I don't remember the name. I'm bad with names when it comes to college football. UCLA defeats Hawaii 44-10. That game was, I actually watched some of that. That was a utter blowout. UTEP traveled down to New Mexico State. UTEP won that one 30-3. And then lastly, San Jose State hosted the FCS team of Southern Utah and won that one 45-14. Next day for college football is Wednesday night. UAB travels to Jacksonville State in the Montgomery kickoff. And, of course, to wrap up the week, the most important game of the week, I shall add. Actually, no, I lied. Second to last game. I forgot. I didn't realize there was a Monday game. Our Notre Dame Fighting Irish get to head down to Florida State. I cannot wait for it. It's going to be a good one. The battle of some very hated rivals. It's been a long, historic rivalry. Last time we went to Florida State, we don't talk about that because, referees.
Yeah.
But, hey, we won the last 2 in Notre Dame, so let's go out and let's get some revenge from the last time we went to Tallahassee. I'm ready for this one. So at least we can't say there's no football this weekend. There is football, so I'm ready for it. So I'll stay on for a few minutes.
Yep.
Because I think, Alex, is this the last segment?
This is going to be kind of the last segment.
Okay,
So,
I'll stay on for this then. And then
TD says if the cleats are melting, that sounds like a lawsuit waiting to happen.
Yeah.
It's possible. So real quickly, just to outline some stuff, took some notes. In terms of who played best out of the guys that didn't play last year, the 2020 draft picks that didn't play, like James Morgan, the UDFAs. In terms of completion percentage, Anthony Gordon was the best. He went 18 for 24 this preseason, 121 yards. He played for the Chiefs. He got cut, unfortunately, for him. In terms of passing yards, Bryce Perkins did the best. 56 of 91, 451 yards, 3 touchdowns, 1 interception, and he played most of the preseason for the LA Rams. Reed Sinnett didn't do a bad job either. 30 for 45, 401 yards, 3 touchdowns, 1 interception. There's not really a bad performance from any of these guys, at least that I know of. Eric Dungy played the least last year out of Syracuse, 3 for 6, 14 yards with the Bengals. Obviously, Steven Montez, Brian Lewerke, Jake Fromm, and the other guys were a part of that conversation. You take a look at the rookie quarterbacks. Not too bad, not too all that impressive, but I honestly thought, even though he only played 2 games, Zach Wilson was very impressive, 75% completion, 2 touchdowns, 191 yards, 15 for 20. The worst, or probably going to the worst, Felipe Franks, a 42.3 completion percentage, 11 for 26, 128 yards, and an interception. Ian Book played 1 game. He did okay, 56.3 completion percentage, 9 for 16, 1 interception with 126 yards. Davis Mills didn't do that great. 31 for 65 this preseason, 333 yards, 2 touchdowns, 4 interceptions, 47.7 completion percentage. Kellen Mond didn't do all that too well either. 1 interception, 310 yards, 28 for 51, 54.9 completion percentage. Trevor Lawrence, obviously the first-round pick, 31 for 44, 323 yards, 2 interceptions, 70.5 completion percentage. Trask did okay. He really screwed up within the first 2 games, 52.7 completion percentage, 29 for 55, 312 yards, a touchdown, and 2 interceptions. And then finally, to mark that part off, Shane Buechele, 67.3 completion percentage, 37 for 55, 3 touchdowns, 2 interceptions, 422 yards. To quickly recap the quarterback battles, Jacob Eason seems like he's won over Sam Ellinger, who didn't do all that well in the preseason. Eason was 41 for 62, 389 yards with a 66.7 completion percentage. Justin Fields, obviously, he played well for the quarterback class. He did okay, 61.2 completion percentage, 30 for 49 and 2 touchdowns. Andy Dalton got the starting job, 61.9 completion percentage, a touchdown and interception with 164 yards in the games he played. Obviously, only 2 games for Taysom Hill and Jameis Winston with the Hurricane in.
Wait a minute. Stan, left field, this game is tied.
16 for
Yes!
22. 219 yards, 3 touchdowns, 1 interception for Winston, 72.7 completion percentage. You move on to the San Francisco quarterback battle. Trey Lance, obviously he was a rookie, did okay this preseason. More of the flashy plays kind of stood out. 3 touchdowns, 1 interception, a 46% completion percentage. Jimmy Garoppolo did okay. Wasn't given too many opportunities. 58.8 completion percentage, 10 for 17, 105 yards, and an interception. Take a look at the Denver quarterback battle. Teddy Bridgewater won, but Drew Lock was trailing behind him. Drew Lock, 2 touchdowns, no interceptions, 298 yards, 19 for 28, 67.8 completion percentage. Teddy Bridgewater, pretty much a game manager, 73% completion, 3 touchdowns, no interceptions, 231 yards, 22 for 30. The final 2 quarterback battles, Cam Newton, Mac Jones. We don't know who the starter is there yet. Cam Newton, 67% completion, 14 for 21, 162 yards, a touchdown, and an interception. That going to the Giants. Mac Jones, he did well in the preseason, 69.2 completion percentage, 36 for 52, 389 yards, and a touchdown. You take a look at the Washington football team battle. Fitzpatrick obviously won the job. 57% completion, no touchdowns, interceptions. 154 yards, 12 for 21. You look at Taylor Heineke, who actually did well as a passer. He did fumble, but he recovered it himself. 20 for 28 in the preseason, 166 yards, 71% completion percentage. To wrap up, I just want to make sure that we have some final comments as well. Another time, I have to write in my notes, we'll do that MH thing where we mock umpire calls and what we're going to do, but I just want to get
I did see that.
Yeah. I'll write that in my notes, of course.
I will say that home run by Stan went halfway up the rocks. I don't know. Luke, I think you're watching. Alex, I don't know if you are. But, yeah, that home run went halfway up the rocks. I tell you what, when Stan gets hot, he gets hot. And he's showing right now. He likes it. I think he likes it in California. Maybe he should have got traded to the Dodgers.
In terms of actually, Fitzpatrick did play in the preseason TD. Most impressive rookie, I'd probably have to go with, to be honest with you, I really like Zach Wilson. If he played another game, I thought we would have, seen more out of him, but he was a precision passer, good on every basis there. 2 touchdowns this preseason, 75% completion. Least impressive, probably Kyle Trask, Kellen Mond, and Felipe Franks, not too great. And most impressive rookie for the Giants, Darius Williams, and the least impressive, probably for right now, I would say Azeez Ojulari. So, Luke, I'll quickly pass that question around with one more question TD has to ask, and we will depart. Also, Sean as well. Most impressive rookie, least impressive around the league, and then for your team.
Most impressive rookie.
That should be obvious for you, Luca.
I'll just say Zach Wilson just because least impressive.
That's hard because there's like so many UDFAs that probably play like garbage
so many UDFAs
that you don't even know about.
I'm not sure, but if for my own team, I'll say most impressive would probably be Zach Wilson or Elijah Moore.
Moore was good.
Least impressive, I'm probably gonna say Jamie and Sherwood, just based off of Friday's performance.
Okay, Sean.
Around the league, most impressive to me was obviously Zach Wilson. As I've said millions of times, it's all about consistency, and he did that. Least impressive, I really don't know. I don't know if I can give you an answer on that one.
Probably one of the quarterbacks, right?
Felipe
Franks.
I'll keep it easy just because, there's like I said before, there's so many of them to go through that's difficult. As far as my team goes, what was it? For most impressive rookie for our team, for each of our teams? I want to say Harris, but he didn't exactly get a lot of playing time. So I'm actually going to say Harvin, the punter for the Steelers. He earned that job because if you watch that game against the Cowboys, and the only reason I point that one, because that one was on nationally, televised, that he impressed me. I'm impressed by him. So if I had to give you a guy I was most impressed with from the Steelers, it was him. That's funny to say it's a punter, but I think punter is one of the more underrated positions.
I want to add on an off-topic note. Somebody tweeted Joey Gallo has struck out 50 of his 101 at bats as a Yankee. Wow, dude, is this?
This is what Yankee fans wanted. That's how I look at it. But we're hitting home runs.
Yeah, right now. And then final question before we head off the air with final comments and stuff like that. 2 favorite preseason games that were not involving your team.
Ooh, I like that. I like that question. I'll let you guys go first.
I'm going to say, stupidly enough, the Jet game, the last one.
Alex, you know what Alex said after that game?
That I wasn't going to watch.
He was never going to watch a preseason game again.
Yeah.
Because that was so stupid. But that was weirdly enjoyable. The second game, damn. You know what? I'll say the Jaguar game because I like seeing the Cowboys get their ass beat.
Yeah. Luca, what about you?
I like the Buffalo game kind of, even though it was a shutout. I just like the defensive battle.
Against Green Bay?
Yeah.
Okay.
And this is all of preseason, right?
Oh yeah. Yeah, all of preseason.
I also like the Steeler-Eagle game.
Hey. Okay, if I had to pick favorites here.
2 favorites.
That's actually a little difficult. I will not lie. So what I will do... Actually, wait, I think the best way we could have did was favorite game from each week.
That's also possible, but,
From week 1, that's how I'm going to do it, because, Jets-Giants, probably just because I like seeing you guys fighting. Yeah, I'll go Jets-Giants for one of them for week 1. For week 2, I want, if it wasn't New England delivering the shutout, I would have loved, I would have probably picked that one. Jets-Packers was fun to watch. For week 2, I'm going to go with the Battle of Texas because I thought it was funny watching the Cowboys lose to the worst team in the league. So for week 2, Texans beating the Cowboys. And for week 3, I think I'm going to have to agree with Alex. Week 3, for me, it's tough. It's between the 2 best games of the week, the Eagles and the Jets and the Dolphins-Bengals. I'm going to go with the Dolphins-Bengals game just because I was very happy Cincinnati lost. But I will say for funniest game of the preseason, definitely that Eagles-Jets game.
Yeah.
Right behind the Eagles-Patriots. The Eagles had the most hilarious preseason.
What's bad?
Eagles win the most valuable, the funniest preseason award because they not only did they completely collapsed against Pittsburgh, they got shut out by the Patriots, and they embarrassingly tied to the Jets. So Eagles win the most hilarious preseason award.
Yeah. Quick thoughts around the table. Meathead, pancake-hating bastard than me.
Why am I a meathead? Thanks for the answer. No, I'm actually glad I was able to get on all of this. I'm sorry we had to rush at the end. I got class tomorrow at 10, so I got to be out of here early. But all in all, it was fun. My favorite part was probably the beginning when with Javi Baez and all that. I thought that was the best part. Now, the Yankees are coming back. Hopefully they don't give up another home run to Ohtani. Nope, just struck him out. So hopefully the Yankees can wrap this one up. I will definitely be keeping an eye on it the rest of the night. So fun stream. Preseason, we loved you. We already missed you. But hey, college football is back this week. Irish football is back this week. And then before you know it, opening day will be here. And I will make sure I will be home for that one.
Yeah, Luca.
Very fun stream. I was going to mention some small stuff regarding cuts, surprising cuts. There's only like 3 or 4 tweets I'm going to read off.
Okay.
So the Texans cut Rasul Douglas.
Okay.
Broncos waived Seth Williams. We obviously knew that.
Real quickly, Rasul Douglas, that name makes me laugh because he gave up the first ever touchdown I saw in person to Juju Smith-Schuster. So that name makes me laugh.
Saints cut former Giants D lineman R.J. McIntosh. Okay. The Jacksonville Jaguars traded Sidney Jones to Seattle. Even though they acquired him in free agency, Jets are working out Dion Jordan, who played for Salah last season, and NBC's Football Night in America will use Drew Brees on lead desk with Mike Tirico and Tony Dungy. Maria Taylor will team with Chris Sims on the side desk. Jack Collinsworth and Rodney Harrison will be on game site. Mike Florio, the insider, and Liam McHugh is no longer on FNIA.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't Breeze doing the Irish games with Tirico as well?
Yeah.
That's going to be fun to watch. I can't wait for that. That's going to be good. Fortunately, it's got to be on Peacock, so,
Of course. All right.
I'm starting to hate Peacock more and more by the day. Bad wrestling service. Now they're getting all these exclusives.
Yeah.
Don't get Peacock unless you absolutely need it.
Yeah.
That's what I'm gonna say because their live TV sucks.
Yeah. Oh, it's 12:15. It's 4 hours of fun.
I made it
into this podcast episode. We appreciate all of you guys coming out. TD, Jason, Evan, MH, some of the other guys, Jagger, some of the other guys in the chat I did not mention. Really fun stream tonight. Obviously, we'll have more next week, as we usually do.
You know what I was thinking, Alex? Aside from reviewing some big college games, because there are some big ones like Georgia and Clemson.
Yeah.
You want to do like a season preview?
It's possible.
We'll let you guys know about that.
Yeah.
I think that could be interesting.
Yes. Obviously college football, coming up this week and a couple other things. Look out on the channel for content, 53-man roster, Cutdowns tomorrow. So it's going to be really interesting to see the Giants cut, Steelers, and all across the league as well. Obviously trades are looming, so it's going to be really interesting. Yankees, hopefully you're playing better tonight. We'll see what happens. But from all of us at the Boys in the Big Apple podcast, peace out. See you later. Stay cool. Have a good night, everybody.